With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. So how can you get started using Globus? Anyone can use Globus right now for free to transfer files between Globus-enabled systems. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capabilities. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. If this sounds familiar, you're not alone. Many thousands face the same challenges every day and solve them with Globus. So what's Globus? So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capabilities. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. So how can you get started using Globus? Anyone can use Globus right now for free to transfer files between Globus-enabled systems. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capability. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 100.
Yo. Hold up. Hold up. Yo. What up, though? What up, Zero? What up, Red Hobbit? Zero's not gonna work. I already got a zero. We'll have to workshop something. How we doing? My son and I set off some, not firecrackers, but like firecrackers. And they go, and then like, like that. Yeah, but Jay doesn't appear in there, you know what I mean? I've got that kind of memory, right? I'll do my best, Jay. I'll do my best. But yeah, like we did that and some sparklers, and it was okay. And like we used to have, like, people would be crazy. My next door neighbor would be crazy. Down the block at the cul-de-sac would be crazy. Like legitimate, like fireworks would be set off. And yesterday they just didn't. And that was cool. I don't know if they like cracked down on it more or what exactly, but there were some of the fountains in the street and like that. Yeah, like I mean that's the thing, is like they weren't legal at all. Like there was nothing, and now they've kind of opened it up. And since then, it's like, I don't know, like because it's like more legal, less people are doing it. One of those weird side effects, or maybe somebody moved. I know my neighbor just stopped doing it, and like that. I think part of that could be related to the fact that I was pulling rockets and stuff out of my driveway, and like, I can non-verbally demonstrate when I'm disappointed in someone, and like that. Who knows? Yeah, that's fireworks for you all the way around. All right, we have a metric fuck ton of news to get to today. It is kind of wild. So let's get the music going, the background music. Yeah, that's more where I am at this point in my life, Red Hobbit. Like, I used to be a fan of fireworks back in the day, and now, you know what I'd rather see? some goddamn drones, right? Like those drones. Let me see if I can so you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, here we go. This is from 4 days ago. So this is Ferris. Jesus. I have things to do, Ferris. All right. Do window capture. Select the proper window. Transition. Full screen.
It's an Independence Day tradition.
The nation's capital over the Washington Mall.
As American as apple pie.
People watch the sparkling spectacle from their windows, rooftops, and both sides of the East River.
Fireworks historically drawing thousands of Americans every 4th of July. But this year, the pyrotechnic flashes and bangs could be replaced by drone light displays. The high-tech, high-flying theatrics have become elaborate, eye-catching shows.
Quite frankly, some of them are more creative and more innovative than the fireworks that we see.
Air pollution, a big factor in making the switch in Imperial Beach, California last year.
There's no smoke. There's no particles falling in the ocean.
I'd rather have this because I love the fireworks, but, you know, we need the environment very, very badly.
Experts say all those exploding chemicals and in some cases heavy metals can carry health risks in skies already hazy with toxic smoke from Canadian wildfires.
The short-term health effects are some respiratory system problems caused by these higher concentrations of particulate matter in the air.
Speaking of wildfires, they're another reason for extinguishing the sparks. The community of Angel Fire, New Mexico, forced to evacuate last spring as a wildfire scorched hundreds of thousands of acres nearby, taking no chances and opting for a fireless show this 4th, using drones to create quite the spectacle, all without the actual fire. Salt Lake City following suit to be conscientious of both.
And you know, obviously pro-American iconography, all that kind of thing. But, I mean, the 4th of July, so contextual. This is way more creative, right? Like, the fact that, like, that flag from the previous scene here, like, is waving, right?
Salt Lake City following suit to be conscientious of both our air quality and the potential for wildfires. Communities in Colorado also lighting up with the LEDs.
I have previewed our show and I'm really excited. It's going to be put to patriotic music.
A drone company there says they've been flooded with hundreds of requests for patriotic displays nationwide.
We were booked for the 4th of July 4 months ago.
Macy's, though, still the largest fireworks show in the country.
25 minutes of non-stop pyrotechnics that are going to dance across the skies.
That dazzling, flashing grand finale not going dark anytime soon.
We've lived here for my entire life, and every year it gets bigger and brighter.
And Valerie Castro joining us now from Top Story Studio at 30 Rock. Valerie, given the safety concerns here, what's the reality with fireworks? Are those sales starting to slow down?
Well, Sam, those drone companies say they're actually seeing increased demand for their shows every year, especially from western states where fire danger.
They're programmed. I'm not going to claim that I know 100%, but it's a programmed thing. I think they know their relationship to the other. You know what? We have access to the internet. Why are we even doing this? How do drone light shows work? Everything you ever wanted to know about drone light shows. okay, this is cool and all, but are you going to tell me about them? Or is this just like you're showing me the video of the thing? La, 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 la. How do drone light shows work? Let's clear up one thing first. Drone light shows are not powered by Skynet. Blah, 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 blah. The process for creating a show is quite straightforward. The design team creates a storyboard timeline showing the desired images and effects. These looks are then animated in a special piece of software that translates them into synchronized flight paths for each drone. And usually, soundtrack is created to accompany the show. Complete shows are sent to the drones via radio signal from a ground control station operated by a pilot. When the pilot is satisfied that everything is safe and ready to go, the show starts and the drones take off to draw the storyboard on the sky. Yeah, so it's a pre-programmed, flight pattern. And when is this from? You know what I like? Are dates. Dates are cool. Dates are fun. Yeah. So sometime post 2020. That is the only evidence we have. Oh, and here's what the software looks like. Nice. So yeah, a small show that's easy to deploy costs as little as $20,000. Larger and more complicated, many times this number. And so, how much do firework shows cost? In the 7,000 to 20,000 range. And this starts at 20,000. So that right there is going to be, that's going to factor in. What up, Devil? I am sure that you did. Like, that was one of the things with setting off those little joints. Hey, with my son was like, we talked about safety, like, all the things you can't code if you don't have fingers and things like that.
Well, you've decided to make a drone show. Awesome! And we're here to help you create it step by step using our drone show software. Start with preparing the drone choreography animation using any 3D animation software. Believe it or not, there are no limits for...
What up, Dub? I know it's Dub. I know Dub is cool. Abena is the correct pronunciation. I want to be righteous. I know Dub is fine. I just can't remember because I haven't said it since. Okay, I got it right. Cool. From the only state where consumer fireworks are illegal, so wild to me that the rest of the country is okay with that shit. Really though? You want to talk about firearms real quick?
For animation. Drones can create virtually any figure in 3 dimensions. They can even carry fireworks or smoke generators on board. So simply unlock your fantasy. Animation for this video was created by Base Motion Studio, our drone show software partner. Let's see how to create a drone show choreography.
Our studio has extensive experience with traditional 3D animation, and the drone shows is this fresh new medium where we can apply our experience and the skills.
I could compare drone animation to pixel art. The idea is to deliver a story and emotion to the audience with a limited number of pixels. The rules that apply to traditional animation.
I'm good. No more complaints than usual. Yeah, you should absolutely follow Dove. They do. It's a fun time. It got a little off the rails on that last one. But yeah, no, it's a whole vibe. Definitely recommended.
In general, also apply to drone choreography. One major difference is that the drone animation is meant to be seen from any direction, while in film you compose the frame just for one viewer.
Of course, there are additional conditions that have to be considered when animating the show, which are not.
Oh, and for your edification, the exclamation point SO with the name is something that is a function of this Nightbot that I use. So like you might want to get Nightbot or Stream Elements, or I use both, to add to your stream in the future, because it allows automation. Like this Nightbot thing, the Globus is everywhere, the Globus never sleeps. That is like on a timer. So every so often it pumps that out. The exclamation point SO is just faster to type, because it's exclamation point SO space at first couple of letters, name comes up, enter, boom, boom, you know. So I would definitely recommend getting, at least some kind of bot to help facilitate your stream.
Present in our everyday workflow, such as speed and distance between each drone. It's a very interesting set of new challenges that we're learning to overcome.
Drone show animator is rather a new field. That means that there are no best practices or tutorials out there in internet, and every trick or approach you come up with is an innovation, and I find that quite exciting.
When it comes to speed and
to be honest, they're both really easy to set up. I will go into my Discord way back in the day when I first started streaming. I did streams about setting up your OBS, your Nightbot, things like that, different tools. So I have videos that helped me, and I can send those to you. And then if you have any questions, I'm always available.
distance, they are tested once the animation is created to make sure there's no collision risk and drones can reach the required speed. If necessary, changes can be made right now. Once the animation is created, you can use Drone Show software to run a virtual test without damaging drones. We use so-called software-in-the-loop virtual environment, simulating real-life drone behavior. This helps check if the projected takeoff and landing positions of drones are okay, all formations are as planned, lights work as expected, and the show faces the proper direction. When the projected show position is clear, you can ensure spectators' safety by limiting drone flying zones using a cylinder or polygon fence. Ready to proceed?
Controlling dozens or even hundreds of the drones is not an easy task at all. And the Drone Show software helps with the hardest part. The show operator has to set up the drones, push the button, and enjoy the show.
The next step is logistics, defining where and when the show will be set. The field must be large enough to accommodate all the drones ready for takeoff. Once you arrive at the location, the excitement starts to build. Keep cool. Important preparations start now. This includes setting up the real-time kinematic GPS base station, Wi-Fi router for connecting to drones, and the main control laptop. When everything is ready, put the drones in their respective positions. The distance between drones on the ground is usually between 2.5 to 3 meters. This means if you're planning to use 49 drones, you need a 324 square meter field to position them. Remember that you also need to have a safety fence around the field. The surface must be flat enough without tall grass or deep snow. If no such area is available, you can use a platform for takeoff, but in this case, you must be extremely careful when landing the drones. After the drones are properly positioned, Drone Show software automatically assigns the flight paths from the animation to each drone. Next, the path for each is uploaded to the drones. Now it's time to do a pre-flight check to make sure all parameters are within the acceptable limits. The final step is to set the show time and let the drones know when to take off. Drone Show software allows you to pre-program an exact starting time for all drones, so you don't need to worry about being late with the show. Ready, steady, arm the motors, and go. Bad news, if you're the drone operator, you have to watch your screen instead of the beautiful action in the sky. Drone Show software displays all drone parameters in real time and all drone flight on a 3D map. Drone Show software will take care of the most important part, safety. If something unexpected happens, for example a strong wind gust, there are 4 safety layers to protect spectators. First is a geofence, which automatically prevents drones from going beyond a certain perimeter. Second is the control interface, enabling the operator to land each drone at any time. Third is a completely independent red button app, which uses a separate computer and radio channel to stop the show and land all drones. And finally, the 4th layer is a backup human pilot with a remote controller who can even take control over an individual drone and land it. The drones will land automatically after the show, so just relax and enjoy the show. Many great shows are yet to come.
So yeah, I mean, that seems, as straightforward as you can be with such a thing, and yeah, all that makes sense, and I look forward to seeing more of that in the future. We definitely, for a variety of reasons, PTSD, dogs, cats. My one cat would get freaked out, didn't get freaked out yesterday. But again, it was a lot quieter here than it normally is. So, more of that, less explodey, unlike that. All right, let's get into this news because we got a lot to go over. All right, so board games, many board games. If you're familiar with the board game BattleTech, or if you're not familiar with the board game BattleTech, you have these little miniature robots that represent like building size robots. You move them around the board and you fight. And it's really a 2-player game. You can play with multiple people, but there's a lot of downtime in between. Set in the future and all that other good stuff. They released this a couple days ago. The AI Sarna.net is like all things BattleTech. They've been around since I was a kid, or not when I was a kid, but like the people involved have been around since I was a kid with BattleTech. The AI conundrum: are BattleTech's human creators on the verge of extinction? If you've spent even a moderate amount of time on the internet these past few months, you probably come across a picture of someone with way too many fingers, or a stilted conversation between Bill Gates and Socrates. Just bring this down just a tad. I don't know if it's loud for you, but it's a little loud for me. Cool. All right. Or a pixelated sitcom where there are long stretches of silence where everyone keeps bumping into furniture. Our first forays into AI-generated media have been weird, mildly entertaining, and maybe more than a little frightening. The core of this fear has been the long-held belief that the realm of creativity has and always will remain solely within the hands of humanity. Machines can't paint Picasso, they can't write Shakespeare, and they can't sing Hotel California in the voice of David Bowie. Today, machines can do all of those things, and this has huge implications for pretty much everything, including Battletech. What if instead of the many fabulous artists creating mechs, and let's be real, some not so fabulous artists creating mechs? The cover of the next Battletech source book was drawn by an AI. Or what if the next Mech Warrior had endlessly AI generated dialogue? These are just two scenarios that might happen as a result of the AI revolution, and it may fundamentally change the way we experience the game we all love. So Mech Warrior is another one. It's a video game that you may be more familiar with. Mech Warrior 5 is a few years old. It's available on all your Steam and Xbox and PlayStation. I have it on PlayStation. I actually played it once, but it came across as pretty janky because there was a lot going on. And basically you pilot the giant robot and shoot at other giant robots. And you have a team of folks and you go up against another team of folks. And they could be human or PC controlled. The idea to me as a consumer in that regard, as a player in that regard, having procedurally generated missions featuring AI generated dialogue sounds good to me in that regard, with all the usual caveats. Can a robot make robot art? There's an obvious economic incentive to have all those art pieces drawn by a machine. But in my investigation, I discovered that you can't just ask an AI to recreate an image of a Timberwolf and a Uziel locked in Mortal Kombat. This is an example of one of the mechs we're talking about. Pilot sits up here, guns, missiles. Some of these things jump, where they have rocket engines, and then like that. Getting even a single useful image out of an AI art generator, at least for Battletech's purpose, takes way more time and energy than it does to ask an artist to simply draw what you want. If you start from zero, yes. And then they're talking about an example and how they tell an artist to do the thing. Without specialized training data, I don't think you're going to get it to easily reproduce a no-named mech. And this is true. Like, if you used any of the art programs, you understand that it's not just type some words and get awesome art. It requires learning how to use the tool. I don't think AI will, by definition, be able to do or say anything it hasn't already been handed over. There's a common misconception, one we're going to touch on more later when we check out an article from Will.i.am. As certain models become more convincing, they become less creative and more oddly recombinative in a way that strikes my curiosity as a visual artist. Midjourneys, a couple iterations ago, couldn't draw a rifle to save your life. It was as if you had a 7-year-old draw a rifle, and then said rifle assumed realistic coloration and shading. The latest model doesn't do that anymore, but it also doesn't spark anything interesting, or far less often, it will draw rifle that is more neatly recombinative of existing parts and mostly put them in the right place. In other words, AI can recreate what it knows, and it can even take elements of what it knows and scramble them together, but it can't truly create something new. This is always the sentence, and I don't understand what this means coming from a human being. Right? Like, how else do you do that? How is it that you create something new? Even those atlases, these are pictures of atlases that Atlas is a type of mech in Mech Warrior and Battletech. Where was it? Even those atlases from earlier might appear new, but they're really just elements of millions of other giant robot pictures all jumbled together, so it only looks that way. This is just weird framing for a thought. Right? Like, okay, so this is an example of the atlases. But okay, so it's a robot, or it's a mech, right? It's a mech. So the mech is going to have 2 legs, right? 2 arms and a torso and a head, right? This is the head. This is the head. That's where the pilot sits, which is silly. And what they did in Pacific Rim makes way more sense. You put the pilot in the body. You don't have to look out the goddamn window. But anyways, the point being is that there's only like this is what a robot, a mech, is going to look like. Like, how far from this can you get and have it still be the thing that you're asking for? It's just a weird, arbitrary line that people draw. No, I can't get back. There we go. There's something different here, right? Like that. This is, if an artist handed you, asked for like a stocky mech, right? What up, Goku? If you asked an artist for a stocky mech and this is what they provided you, these would satisfy that criteria. But it's only because it's an AI doing it that it's not good. Which is the point I'm trying to get to. It's a weird, arbitrary line that is drawn rather than like substantive. And that's okay. Sometimes you don't want new, hence us talking about using it to render pictures of existing mech designs we like. But as an artist, striving to figure out and bring new, even if it's just a novel recombination of elements that tickles our brain, okay? Explain to me what the difference is between a novel recombination of elements, okay, and might appear new, but they're really just elements of millions of other robot pictures all jumbled together, so it only looks that way. Like, what is the difference between these two things? Like, that's an entire other, like, there are places where you should have legs, places where you shouldn't have legs, but that's an entire other, the whole purpose behind Battletech is that they walk on legs, like it's part of the thing. we do agree here about, boring, repetitive tasks, right? But again, all right, we're gonna move on. What up, Lucien? Because this is maybe later on it gets into a more substantive conversation, but it's humans are special and like that. And all art is derivative. All right. That article actually should have come at the end. I actually ordered my article, so it's not more random. There's like a through line. I combined articles together that are talking about specific things. And yeah, so I want to take these. Cut them out, and then put them down here. Whoop. Okay. Yes, this is Ferris. Here, I'll zoom in. This is Ferris. That's exactly how Ferris got her name. Because of the movie. When I talk with my hands, Ferris will reach for my hand. Yes, they did. And it actually said that, like if you, the water tower from the movie, if you know Ferris Bueller's Day Off, the water tower that said Save Ferris, went to Chicago, and it said Save Ferris on the water tower. I don't know if it still does, but it did in like the early 90s. Yeah, Ferris just likes to hang out and be in somewhere in my presence. If she doesn't want to sit on the back of the chair, then she will go sit on the desk over there next to me. All right. Back to work. Okay. AI arms race. His global index ranks which nations dominate AI development. In the wake of last year's generative AI surge, China still trails the US, while Singapore is coming up fast. Although the past few months have seen a surge in AI developments, the global arms race has been underway for years. Since 2020, Tortoise Media has produced its annual Global AI Index, which ranks the nations competing for AI dominance, and the latest rankings are in. The fourth edition of the index, released Wednesday, reflects last year's surge in generative development spawned by the launch and success of ChatGPT. Where's the thing? Is it this link? Yeah. All right, so each of these discs represents a country. Right? Down here at the end, we have Kenya. This is not the chart that I saw. The Sausage King of Chicago. Yeah, where's the much easier to look at? Okay, here we go. This is better. Damn, U.S. scored 100 out of 100. It's 3 pillars: implementation, innovation, and investment. The U.S. Is particularly strong due to investment for obvious reasons, for better or worse. It's interesting to note that, like, Europe is more tightly grouped. The difference between the farthest back, I guess, to the farthest forward is not as great as the distance. It's like half of the distance between the U.S. and, like, Canada, for instance. South America and Africa lag behind, with Nigeria and Kenya coming in on the bottom 2. And what's interesting about this is that, like, we read the article about Ghana. Ghana doesn't appear on this chart, so I don't know what their criteria are. But look at Singapore, right? 10th in 2020, or not, 10th, and then 6th in 2021, and now 3rd in 2023. Singapore is definitely a country to watch in that regard, as a potential for, like, the multipolar AI world. I don't know why the size of the country's population is relevant to talking about AI. AI capacity is particularly intense in Singapore, helping it achieve its position in 3rd on the index. The United States still ranks 5th in intensity overall, despite its size, followed by South Korea and Canada. So yeah, Singapore. What do we got here? Israel, Switzerland. That's interesting. Finland. Okay. This is the chart I was looking for. So what do we have? We have a total of 62 countries measured, of which, again, Ghana is not one of them. So it would take some analysis of their criteria why, why there's only, because there's like 170 some odd countries, 172, I think. And then there's additional countries if you define countries in a particular way. But we're missing like 110 countries, some of which I would assume don't have a whole lot of investment in that. But yeah, this is the ranking. You'll be able to see it. I mean, visually, this is pretty neat. Like, I'll give them bonus points for that. Because Ghana, in a previous episode, one previous episode we watched, or we read an article about how Ghana's vice president was really pushing them to be at the leading edge in Africa, and then we just watched a video on Monday. I think it was Monday, either Monday or Friday, wherein it was from Ghana, like and talking about AI and like that. So I'm just these two concepts are a little incongruous for me, and I assume that there's a reason. But yeah, I think this is a nice chart to see. Like, it's not just the United States. And we're going to get to a thing. It's not just a fad. AI is not just a fad. Speaking of countries, U.S. aims to restrict China's clout. U.S. aims to restrict China's cloud. One more time. U.S. aims to restrict China's cloud computing development, close AI chip loopholes, report. What up, Three Ghost? Yeah, well, Fox Business, right? Only slightly less fashy than Fox News. It's possible. Like, I'm going to be the first one to tell you that no one knows all the things going on in AI, and I'm definitely going to be the one that says that I don't know everything that goes on in AI, but I just do my best. We could look that up, but I really got to get through this content. I'm going to say this is a natural next step of limiting manufacturing chips, limiting running stuff on the chips. Yeah, and like when the CHIPS Act was signed, when they started bringing chips manufacturing back to the United States or to the United States, however, that should have been taken as a strong indicator of the intent, right, as part of this. President Biden's administration is planning to place restrictions on Chinese companies regarding access to cloud computing services. So, communist, Marxist Biden, who's in the pocket of the Chinese Communist Party, is going to limit their access to cloud computing? That's wild. That's wild. The proposed policy would, would require cloud computing service providers using advanced artificial intelligence chips to seek approval from the U.S. government before opening access to Chinese consumers. The restrictions would close a loophole that has allowed the Chinese Communist Party use of cutting-edge artificial intelligence chips through cloud computing services. By using U.S. cloud computing services, you just really want to say cloud computing services multiple times, don't you? Chinese consumers are capable of bypassing export controls on American technologies such as chips. The Department of Commerce is expected to implement the restrictions within the next few weeks. Reach out for clarification. Currently locked in a back-and-forth feud over access to the latest computer technology. Beginning August 1st, China will be implementing... Okay, so we're going to pause that because the very next article is specifically about that. China retaliates, restricting vital chip-making materials, gallium and germanium. China restricts exports of materials as part of a new foreign policy laws. China has announced new export controls on gallium and germanium, two important metals used in semiconductor, telecommunications, solar power, and electrical vehicle industries, Bloomberg reports. This move marks a significant escalation in the ongoing technology trade war with the U.S. and Europe and could be part of the country's new foreign policy law, as revealed by CNN, that enables the government to take corresponding countermeasures and restrictive measures. What up, Lenny? Welcome to the Robot Wars. Welcome to my world, having to talk about this shit in business meetings constantly, cloud support, infrastructure, etc., etc. Yeah, no, like, The new export rules will require Chinese companies to obtain an export license for gallium and germanium metals, as well as products containing them starting August 1st, in the name of China's national security. China is the world's largest producer of both gallium and germanium, as it has significant reserves of these metals and produces a large portion of the global supply. 94% of the world's gallium production, so its restrictions could have a drastic effect on numerous industries, including semiconductor, LED, and solar power. It's like in all things, we are dealing with 18th century economic philosophy and 19th century geopolitical philosophy, right? No matter what anybody says about anything, it's literally that simple. I tell you that as someone who, I read the books. I know in this, my confidence is strong that I know what the hell I'm talking about here. Like, we really need to, in a sane world, we would be looking for more collaborative, but all states are bastards, all countries suck. They act in their perceived national interests, and when that conflicts with someone else's perceived national interests, then we end up with all these ongoing issues. And this, what really sucks about this is how the explosion of solar panels, solar power by year. Give me a graph. Here we go. Right? Like, look at these numbers. These are gorgeous numbers. Right? Wind took off. Solar's only taking off. Getting better and better.
Like any other shiny new toy, AI is ultimately a mirror, and it will reflect back exactly who we are. Like any other shiny new toy, AI is ultimately a mirror, and it will reflect back exactly who we are.
It's 2. You're going to do all 5?
Like any
There's
other
3.
shiny new toy, AI is ultimately a mirror, and it will reflect back exactly who we are. Like any other shiny new toy, AI is ultimately a mirror, and it will reflect back exactly who we are. Like any other shiny new toy, AI
No,
is
you're
ultimately
fine. You're fine.
and it will reflect back exactly who we are.
What am I going to do? I'm going to complain about subs? You put us 1 sub off the sub goal. Like, thank you. Like, Old Lobster. You want to talk about pillars of support? Let's talk about Old Lobster and Lenny, right? Those are my pillars of support. Always coming through, taking care of me, making sure that people get to come in without seeing the pre-roll. I only do the pre-rolls and nothing else. So if you didn't get one, know that to be true. I never run any ads. If you see any ads, let me know. I'll try and beg Twitch to adhere to its own policy, but whatever. The point is, thank you, Old Lobster. I appreciate you. Some great people got that. Like, yeah, there's only one of those people that hasn't chatted in chat. So, fucking baller. Heat pumps are definitely a thing. Geothermal energy is also a thing. We'll see. We'll have to see. The nice thing about the heat pumps is that that's technology that's ready to go right now. And the only downside to it is it requires you to dig all like up a substantial portion of your property to lay a whole bunch of pipes and stuff like that, unless there's a different kind of heat pump and I'm thinking of something else. But my understanding is that's how that functions. It's very good at keeping your temperature like very stable, and as we're going into a future that is likely going to be warmer, having that as part of the multi-layer attack on energy spending is a good idea. Got my water heater, baseboard heaters all redone for free through a local program for low-income household. And that kind of investing is awesome. There is a program that I'm trying to get involved in for solar, where I don't pay anything out of pocket. We need that. That's the easiest way to get it all out there. Create these independent solar farms on top of people's houses and use that roof for something other than just catching a whole bunch of heat. Yeah. Yeah. Never let the contractors leave your house. Find a way. My parents' trailer, I had them install electric water heater like the ones they use in Germany. It's just a box mounted on the wall that heats the water as it goes through instead of a tank. Generally speaking, like, unless you are like it's good for certain temperature change rate, and it might even be better now. Like, the only issue that I ran into, there was one at that cabin that I was talking about that we spent the anniversary weekend at. The only problem that I experienced was low water pressure, which, as I had previously said, get yourself one of those atomization shower heads that increase the water pressure, while also giving you a better soak, so you're using less water. Like, people need to combine these technologies together for maximum effect, and boom, we're off to the races. I also recommend, like, for heating, you can do like electrical underneath the, like, okay, so the way that a house is built, the way your floor is built, right? You've got wood members that go this way. You got a center line thing, right? And then you have cross beams that rest on top of that, and they're usually like 16 inches apart. And then on top of that, you lay plywood. And then on top of that, you lay like subflooring. And then on top of that, you lay your flooring. So if you have access to that, either from underneath or while it's being put together, you can install, as Old Lobster said, ambient heat in the floor. And not only does this save you money, because you, like, it, so the way that heating normally works, the heat blows in if you've got something like that, or if you've got baseboards, it goes up to the top and then slowly fills the room down until it hits the thermostat. So what you end up with is where your head is warm but your feet are cold. Ambient heating, because it heats from the floor, your entire body is warm at like relatively the same temperature. It's going to be a little warmer up here because of how heat works, but there's a flow to it. This allows you to significantly reduce your thermostat. You save a lot more money by using this technology. The problem is it can be more challenging to retrofit in a lot of homes, especially if you have multiple floors, that kind of thing. All the grifting, yeah. Like, we're gonna actually talk about some of that grifting around AI in a little bit. I had to replace a water heater because the tank was old and had been leaking for a long time and falling through the floor. Yeah, like, water heaters can go, and it's a big thing full of water chilling in your house. And this is another advantage of the on-demand heating, is that it's not a big thing of water chilling in your house. That when it goes everywhere. All right. Where the hell were we? China. Back to China. Back to the gallium. So yeah, it will suck if this impacts our, and by our I mean the world, doing more solar, right? It will be disruptive. Germanium and gallium are absolutely critical to high-tech industries. When they stop suppressing the price, it suddenly becomes more viable to extract these metals in the West. Then China, again, has an own goal. For a short while, they get a higher price, but then China's market dominance gets lost. The same thing has happened before in other things like antimony, I believe that's pronounced, tungsten, and rare earths. Yeah, that sounds like some capitalist talk. Capitalist shit talking. I believe so. Like I know that my man on TikTok who does the science channel with the British accent in it, does gallium and it liquefies at a relatively low temperature for liquefaction. This is another article from a cryptopolitan.com. Just wanted to see, we want to look at articles from different points of view in order to try and suss out the truth. The export controls specifically target 8 gallium-related products. According to the statement, individuals exporting these products without proper authorization will face penalties. Latest development comes in wake of sanctions by the United States in October 2022, which restricted Chinese developers' access to advanced semiconductors, including NVIDIA's A100 chips and the latest H100 version. Although NVIDIA's A800 and H800 chips are currently available in the Chinese market, they are limited in terms of technology and can only support small-scale AI models. Consequently, Chinese companies have been actively seeking alternatives to overcome this lack of access. Furthermore, U.S. officials are reportedly considering additional restrictions on the exports of high-level AI chips to reinforce existing limitations. NVIDIA, a prominent semiconductor developer, has experienced a surge in chip values since the rise of AI. That would definitely be something to look into. Like, this person breaks it down. Gallium antimonide, gallium arsenide, gallium metal, gallium nitride, gallium oxide, gallium phosphide, gallium selenide, and indium gallium arsenide. So other than gallium metal, these are mixtures of two different types of periodic table of elements, two elements in order to form another product. So it's possible that in these combinations it doesn't liquefy at that temperature. But yeah, like, I'm sure we could get into the construction of the solar panel and how that all works, but not today. So, a crypto mining company known as Hive Blockchain used to focus its huge GPU resources, about 38,000 graphics cards, on Ethereum mining until about a year ago. Hive has been working on a transformative project to create and run AI workloads for customers, aiming to create a significant new revenue stream by pivoting toward the latest trend in the computing industry. However, it retains some GPU horsepower to mine altcoins and run other services, just in case. We previously discussed the bleak post-Ethereum merge landscape facing companies like Hive Blockchain and Hut 8 Mining back in early May. Both companies had done well to repurpose their GPU farms and continue to be trading. We started to learn what kinds of new HPC businesses they and their thousands of GPUs were involved in. New report from CoinDesk adds some up-to-date information to the progress of Hive Blockchain in the wake of the publishing of its latest financials. Interestingly, Hive execs note there are several reasons why people and organizations might favor its services over the likes of OpenAI or traditional tech titans with AI and cloud offerings like Microsoft, Google, or Amazon. Access to a fleet of up to 38,000 GB high-performance compute. Thank you, sir. Access to a fleet of 38,000 GPUs for machine learning, AI compute workloads, etc. Service agreement promising to keep customer data private and away from public LLMs. Choice of rent as a service or cloud business model. Proven track record of 6 years as a data center builder and operator. And they lost during fiscal 2023. They lost $236 million. With a net income of $79 million. A drop in Bitcoin valuation was a major contributor to the swing, as was depreciation on equipment values. Hive still has ASICs dedicated to Bitcoin and has nearly $66 million worth of this cryptocurrency on its balance sheet. So it's interesting. I mean, I still don't understand. It's not that I don't understand crypto. I just don't understand how you can effectively use it as a street currency because of fluctuations, right? Like if I go to buy a candy bar and I have one whatever coin and I go to buy something with it, and between when I get into line and when I get to the register, or when the vendor processes my sale and when it actually goes through, there are fluctuations with that price. This is not good for street transactions, street level transactions. This is the fundamental problem with that, and it's why the exact same functionality is why we don't do commodities-backed currencies anymore, like gold. We do fiat currency, which is backed by, the government. Yeah, like there's a bunch of issues with it. There's a bunch of solutions that it has, especially like if you happen to live in a space which is let's say more dangerous to carry amounts of money, being able to have it somewhere else is a tremendous advantage, especially like, you go across, a particular piece of open terrain and there are, people out there, like there was the issue a few years back with Somali pirates, however much that, is still potentially a thing or whatever. But in, these kind of areas, it can be good to not carry cash, right? Basically, is what we're talking about. If you ever want to talk about using Bitcoin as currency, just replace Bitcoin with gold and have the same conversation society has had for thousands of years. Yes. This is where I come down on crypto. Is like, I don't see how it's different enough from a commodities-backed currency to make it viable for street-level transactions. And if anyone wants to argue that, we're not going to do it on stream, but you can feel free to send me a message. Yeah, gold actually is superior in that regard. So the UN stepping up to the plate. The UN Security Council will hold a first ever meeting on the potential threats of artificial intelligence to international peace and security, organized by the United Kingdom, which sees tremendous potential but also major risks about AI's possible use, for example, in autonomous weapons or in control of nuclear weapons. UK Ambassador Barbara Woodward on Monday announced the July 18 meeting. What, you guys got me on the gold thing. What is hilarious to me is how one of the things that orbits around doomsday preppers is gold, right? Like, buying gold and having gold, because you can trade gold after the fall of the fiat currency. To who? Who wants your fucking gold? Right? Your beans. You know what's going to be valuable in that post-about? Bottled alcohol and cigarettes. Right? Work on your tobacco farming. Work on your alcohol distillery. Those will be more valuable post society than your gold will be. Because no matter what, it's not a tool. Water is a great thing. Farming in general is has value to it. But alcohol is going to be a thing that you could easily trade, right? And has a certain level of refined knowledge to its creation that you could, leverage, right? So, these are valuable skills to have in a post-civilization, or whatever you want to call it, kind of economy, right? Gold is not one of them. Guterres announced plans to appoint an advisory board on artificial intelligence in September to prepare initiatives that the UN can take. He also said he would react favorably to a new UN agency on AI and suggested as a model the International Atomic Energy Agency, which is a knowledge base and has some regulatory powers. What up, Carpe? I hope things are going well for you. I know that you had some challenges, so yeah, my concern with, I love the UN as a concept. It, to me, is a goal, right? Then you need to empower it. It needs to have some sort of regulatory powers, which it doesn't have. So it's basically how the big powerful countries tell the little powerful or the little less powerful countries to behave. And that's a problem, you know. That's really what it comes down to. OpenAI CEO, yeah, we covered that. Okay. Yeah. So it's good, but I don't know if it's going to be good enough. Another article about tech layoffs. I'm going to check to see. Because we covered tech layoffs before. On its most recent layoffs report, outplacement firm. This is an amazing name. Challenger, Gray, and Christmas said 3,900 people were laid off in May due to AI, marking its first time breaking out job cuts based on that factor. All of those cuts occurred in the tech sector, according to the firm. With these moves, Silicon Valley may not only be leading the charge in developing AI, but also offering an early glimpse into how businesses may adapt into those tools. 100%. There is potential for, people with a certain level of technical skill to coalesce and create their own entities of some sort. I just don't know, especially if we're restricting how, who can access the tools, right? That's really what it comes down to. The knowledge will be in the hands of the proletariat. Will they have access to the tools? Yeah, no, we're 100% on board with that, Carpe. Like, I'm talking about cyber socialism on the regular. Over the past few months, AI has captured the world's collective imagination, expanding the potential market for our next generation of AI-powered products more rapidly than any of us could have anticipated. Dropbox CEO Drew Houston wrote in a note to staff announcing the job cuts. Our next stage of growth requires a different mix of skill sets, particularly in AI and early stage product development. Again, please, I am begging you, figure out how you can use AI in your life, in your work life, any of it, right? Like, it is going to make you better than the person who doesn't, and therefore you are going to stay at the job longer. And that's, healthcare, like an easy carve out for healthcare AI is a lot of what is done by people that could be done like with systems analyst robots, right? You're going to be able to cut out a lot of the call center work and replace that with AI chatbots, that kind of thing. Transportation is being pushed by Maersk. Maersk is looking to fully automate the supply chain from end to end. We watched a video about a fully automated Chinese port. That combined with autonomous trucking, autonomous trains, these kind of things. What's good about the idea of autonomous trucking and autonomous trains is one of the biggest complaints that we have on our political side is that they don't listen to us, right? The infrastructure bill, they don't listen to us, right? We need to invest in things like, our power grids and our roads and our bridges and have high-speed rail and these kind of things. Now it's becoming more of an interest for the capitalist class to have those things. So then you can get that happening, right? Because of where the energy is coming from, we can bypass the need for us to do the thing. Now, is it going to benefit them more than it is us? Yes, but it's still potentially to our advantage. The idea of high-speed rail, having high-speed rail transporting goods and services faster from the fully automated ports, this is going to be in their interest. And yes, I'm already aware of all the job loss issues. We've covered that on previous episodes. AI, as far as I see it, doesn't necessarily replace humans. It absolutely does. But rather enhances the work of humans. It absolutely does. I think that the kind of competition that we should all be thinking more about is that human specialists will be replaced by human specialists who can take advantage of AI tools. This is the biggest thing that people in this sphere are talking about, right? You won't lose your job to AI. You will lose your job to someone who knows how to work the AI. This is why I'm asking you, I am once again asking you to figure out how you can use it to your advantage, right? And unlike all the other tools, like Learn to Code Sweaty and all that, you can literally ask it. You can talk to ChatGPT to get ideas on how you can use AI in your spaces and advantage, and make it advantage. 100%, like, part of that I still haven't been able to get back to, but part of my plan to use the Google speaker, don't knock shit over, dummy, use the Google speaker to talk and hear from ChatGPT is to see how much of it can be done without me having to learn stuff. I literally asked ChatGPT to present me with code absolutely, Lucian. This is the code in Python that ChatGPT wrote for me to do the thing. Now, what ended up happening was that it ended up looping where it was waiting for audio input from the speaker, and that wasn't happening. So that was the next step that I had to figure out, and that was the last thing that I was working on before I had to take a break from this, because if a project takes longer than a day, I have a hard time getting it completed because of the way that my life works. I'm just asking the questions. Do I need webhooks for this to work? No, webhooks are not required. Do I need to delete the lines of code that begin with hashtags? No, you should not delete those. They are just, they're comments basically on the code. When I ran the code, it looped on speak to the Google Home speaker. It gave me some troubleshooting tips. And then, does Google Speech need speech to text require JSON, which is JavaScript? Yes, it requires the API requires that input in the JSON format. So this is where I ended, because I had to go another route, and I started working with what Google has readily and freely available for you to access. There is so much shit out here for free that you don't even know about. But like you can see, I barely know a little bit of Python. Python is a very good language to learn to code in because it makes sense if you know how to like speak English. And like that. And there was a point where I thought I was going to have to do port forwarding, and it taught me port forwarding real quick. So take advantage of it. All right, so 164,000 people were laid off in tech in 2022, 212 in 2023. It's not that everyone needs to become AI specialists, but rather that workers should know how to use AI tools to become more efficient at whatever they're doing. This is where the kind of a battleground for talent is really shifting, as differentiation in terms of talent comes from creative and effective ways to integrate AI in daily tasks. This is what they're telling you, right? Well, they're telling me and I'm telling you. But like this is, and if you happen to come in at this principal machine learning engineer role, which I assume requires a bunch of stuff, well, it is actually higher pay because the principal machine learning engineer, 276 to 373,000. Average salary for a senior software engineer, 171,000. Right? This does require skill and things like that, but this is what I'm talking about. In the AI, again, I am, right? But I'm talking about I am talking about that in reference both to your daily life, because there are advantages to using ChatGPT as opposed to even spending your time Googling. Now, there is the issue that it's 2 years old in its data set, which we covered on Monday, but that notwithstanding, a lot of stuff, everything serves capital. What's your alternative, Carpe? What I'm trying to do is provide a platform in which people can be the ones who are there contributing to the data set, contributing to the thing as it develops, and that when the AI disruption meets its peak, they are positioned to assist it going forward. Because there's no disruption that exists other than a global civil war of some kind that is going to be able to disrupt capitalism. It will continue to limp on and choke us all limping on. There needs to be a worldwide disruption, and AI can do that. It's already doing it. It's already happening. The people in capital are trying to figure out how they can appease the working class so that we don't all rise up and pitchfork and torches time. Right? Anyone who's talking about the future now is talking about some sort of UBI, something for the people, because otherwise 82% unemployment of people who with hungry kids are going to be a problem. And they understand that. So they're going to work to prevent that. Speaking of, artificial intelligence is revolutionizing search engine optimization. So this is something like for content creators. Search engine optimization is something that you need to engage with if you want to try and get your stuff out there. Right? AI algorithms can generate high-quality, optimized content based on keywords and topics relevant to the website's target audience. This can help improve the website's search engine rankings and attract more traffic. Keyword research. AI tools can analyze search data and identify keywords that are relevant to a website's target audience and have high search volumes. This can help businesses target the right words and boost their search engine rankings. On-page optimization. AI algorithms can analyze a website's optimizing meta tags, headings, and other on-page elements to improve search engine rankings. Normal SEO and artificial intelligent SEO differ in terms of their approach to optimizing a website for search engines. Normal SEO is typically a manual process and involves analyzing data and making optimization decisions based on experience and best practices. Right? And they don't give me the example of the AI one. Speed and scalability. Normal SEO can be time-consuming and limited in its scalability. AI SEO can analyze vast amounts of data and provide recommendations for optimizing a website quickly and at scale. Precision. Normal SEO can be prone to errors and inconsistency and feelings. And this has always worked, so this is what we're going to do. AI SEO algorithms are designed to analyze data more accurately and provide more precise recommendations for optimizing a website. Okay, this is just an example. Here's a bunch of AI tools. Now, your mileage may vary. Avoid paying for anything. But Google Analytics is on the list. There is a lot of there's a lot of, well, you get paid by the word and the amount of time you stay on the website, right? There's a lot of free stuff out there if you just know how to access it. The way that you learn how to access it is use the AI to tell you how to access it. Right? You don't know what you don't know. Ask ChatGPT. It's free. Grift the motherfucking grifters. Back to Cryptopolitan. OpenAI pauses Bing integration in ChatGPT to address paywall bypass issues. Comrade ChatGPT coming in clutch. OpenAI temporarily disables Bing integration in ChatGPT after users find a way to bypass paywalls using the chatbot. Paywall bypass discovered by ChatGPT users raises concern about copyright infringement and revenue loss for content creators. OpenAI takes swift action to address the issue and protect content owners' rights while working on reinstating the feature with improved measure. What up, bipedal meatbag? So we're actually going to get into that in a bit, if I recall correctly. Yes, we are, because there's actually well, let's do it right now. the important thing here is that ChatGPT was able to bypass the paywalls. So cool. As always, everything will be in the Discord. Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. All right. First off, I don't know who this person is, and I don't generally bag on people. But when I clicked on this and I scrolled down, trying to get a vibe. I'm doing a public debate on Thursday here in Vancouver. Centrist versus anti-centrist. JJ versus JREG. I vaguely have heard of JREG. I don't know much about them, but referring to yourself as a centrist is a red flag for me. And like that. So, anyways, back to the lecture at hand. I'm telling you it's a fad. I'm telling you it's not, right? And not just me. Again, we look, it's Peak Zuber, okay. We look at the, what they in business are saying and doing, right? Like we just did the thing with Maersk, right? A couple weeks ago, where they're looking to end-to-end automate the supply chain, right? That is not a fad, right? This is not crypto. Business, or as they refer to it, enterprise and industry, did not lean into crypto. I feel that, Zero. Jay, I feel that, Jay. I can do it. I can do this. All right. So, GPT traffic actually fell last month. All right. So that could be a concern, right? It looks like out of a Chat, GPT, Bing, Character, and Bard, Bard was the only one that stayed stable while all the other ones dipped a bit. People are pointing out there's a seasonality element, which is true. And then here is a chart showing Minecraft versus ChatGPT. This dip as indicated by this chart and this dip as indicated by this chart are a little bit different. So we did point out previously about how ChatGPT okay. What we did point about ChatGPT is that the data set is 2 years old. It needs to be updated, right? It needs to be able to access the internet in order to do what they want it to do. Now, whether or not that's a good idea is something entirely other, right? Like, there are questions of AI safety. But if they want to be, to maintain that, yeah, like, just knowing that thing exists by Peter Meatbag, like, both those people would be on my, on my list of, like, I'm going to avoid you because there's something weird going on here and I'm not part of it. And the other thing is, this is minutes per visit worldwide. Yeah, but, okay, so, not to derail myself from this, you can call yourself vanilla ice cream, right? What you need to do is provide me with policy positions. What are your policy positions regarding these subjects? You can call yourself whatever the hell you want. 100%, Lucy, and that's absolutely correct. All right, so this is minutes per visit on the ChatGPT website, this site right here, okay? But as this person indicates, we, SHV, use ChatGPT almost entirely through another UI that leverages the API for unrestricted GPT-4 chats. Another added benefit is the API data isn't used for their training. This is an indication of what I think is much more indicative of what's happening, right? Like, this was people going to the website to use the thing, which it's novel, it's new, it's this kind of stuff. And this is also minutes per visit. The more you understand how to use ChatGPT, the more efficient you will be at using it. You will show up to ask your question. You will ask it in a way that allows you to get in and get out. So you're going to spend less time on the site. And then if you are using it through some other format that connects to it via the API, you're not going to be registered on these charts. So that is why I am skeptical of these charts to an extent. We'll have to see as we go forward. School summer break. People complaining that the product has gotten worse. So both people and ChatGPT getting better at ChatGPTing is reducing interface time. Yes, 100%. I don't know what that's about. This is someone saying it's a bubble per Google Trends. We have on our media literacy and our healthy skepticism hats, okay? The graph indeed shows traffic only to the specific URL. It should be reviewed in this context. Right there. Like, they're telling you the same thing I'm telling you. And it doesn't measure app usage, only traffic to the website on desktop and mobile. So if you are going there by another route, it's not going to be there. And more companies are using that, like integrations, right? That is the key. We'll get back to that in a second. Speaking of integrations, this is a little old. I meant to get to it previously. This is from June 22nd. But this is an interesting thread about the generative AI revolution hitting games is already here. 243 game studios, 87% of the studios are currently using AI. 99% plan to in the future. 6.7 out of 10, how transformational it is today. 9.1 expected within 10 years. I think that's, again, I think people view the change too far out, but I understand why. How excited are you? 50%, 56% excited, and like 11% indifferent or less so. What are they using? ChatGPT, Midjourney, Stable Diffusion, Copilot, any other LLM, AutoGPT, Leonardo, Leonardo gave me the thing. I haven't used it, so I'm not going to talk about it, but they did the thing that Adobe Photoshop did and Midjourney did with the ability to render like outside the picture and extend out the picture. So I'm psyched. 64% of studios plan to fine-tune and train their own models in-house. This is going to be a valuable thing going forward. The ability to like have the AI bring it in whatever format, whether it's in the cloud or actually something in their house that they are able to use depending on the size, capabilities, etc., etc., etc. You are going to be able to train like your AI, like let's say you have something like what is a beloved thing that actually has like deep lore, like something like Skyrim, right? And that whole Skyrim universe. You will be able to incorporate that lore into something that like can maintain that that continuity when you are using it to assist you in creating these additional games. Mess with Adobe Generative Fill with mixed results. Yeah, like that's why I don't want to talk about it until I do it. I'm just glad that I can do it now because I don't Midjourney and I don't Adobe, I Leonardo. When I tell people that certain things are going to happen in the next 5 years, they deny it, saying like more than 20, 30 years. And it's like, you've seen how fast things are changed in the past 20, 30 years. It's only going to change faster. This is a common issue that people have with their perception of technological gain. Like how quickly things have actually changed, right? Like when I was a kid, we had lead in the gasoline, we had 8-tracks in the cars, and like there was an internet, but like there was no internet, And now, 50 years later, I have literally multiple things that connect to the internet in front of me right now. Like, is cell phones really, like the smartphone, let's go back to the smartphone, that's what, 2006, so 17 years ago. Now my internet is connected to the cell phone towers and without issue. Like people really have a difficult time parsing the way that technology is developed. They really do. It's unfortunate, but it's part of the human condition. And you can show them data, and it doesn't then just sloths right off. What do we got? Come on, Chitterino. Okay. Percentage of studios planning to leverage AI on their next project for 80% for design inspiration storyboarding. This is a huge thing, like that isn't going to piss anybody off, right? Even people who don't like the AI art as a thing are comfortable, generally speaking, that I have spoken to, so my sample size is problematic, comfortable with using it for inspiration, right? And storyboarding, that kind of thing. We could dial anyone in Lompoc, California with 5 digits until about 1977-78. Everyone had the same prefix. In town calls, of course. Yeah, like we used to have the phone stayed at the house. You left, the phone stayed. It was you call me when I get. I will call you when I get home. Was a thing. Like 64% narration, story generation, 61% AI NPCs. I feel like this is going to be a huge thing. Yeah, like landlines even change in definition. What up, Maddie? 1974 phone. Who does? Exactly. Y'all don't understand, right? Like there was a busy signal. You would call someone and they were on the phone, and it would give you a busy signal, and then they came up with this thing called call waiting, and it was like I can have two people. This is amazing. And star 69 and calling people back, and 1-800 call ATT where you can make collect calls, and y'all don't even understand collect calls. What else we got? That's it. Yeah. Okay. So, and this is the studio. So just so you know, like I know Clockwork Labs, I know Big Fish, fucking Roblox. My son plays Roblox. Is the only reason I really know about Roblox. Roblox is insane as a creative platform, right? Like it is absolutely off the chain. Whatever your favorite game is, there is a Roblox analog for it. 27, I grew up right at the turn of the century. Born in the late 1900s. I remember when Apple released its first iPod. I remember when YouTube was created. I remember cable TV and internet came out. Then now it's been a huge jump. Absolutely. Star 67 to subvert caller ID, 100%. Yeah, we oughta baby, it's a boy. You know you're old if you get this pop culture reference. One ringy dingy, two ringy dingies. Let's finish off the last of the bookmarks. So, we talk about AI safety. OpenAI appears to have gotten serious about it. Thank you, OpenAI. We need new technical breakthroughs to steer and control AI systems much smarter than us. Our new super alignment team aims to solve this problem within 4 years. I like that timeline. And we're dedicating 20% of the compute we've secured to date towards this problem. I would like you to continue that at the bare minute. I would like it to be 50%, but I would like that 20% to scale as you acquire more compute. So if you are an excellent ML researcher or an engineer, you might be able to get involved in OpenAI super alignment team, which I would love, but I understand it if you can't do it. While superintelligence seems far off now, we believe it could arrive this decade. Okay? My man David talking 18 months. What's his name? Ray Kurzweil talking 2029. They're talking about this decade, okay? Take it seriously, goddammit. Here we focus on superintelligence rather than AGI to stress a much higher capability level. We have a lot of uncertainty over the speed of development of the technology over the next few years. So we choose to aim for the more difficult target to align a much more capable system. Our goal is to build a roughly human level automated alignment researcher. We can then use vast amounts of compute to scale our efforts and iteratively align superintelligence. To align the first automated alignment researcher, we need to develop a scalable training method, validate the resulting model, and stress test our alignment pipeline. To provide a training signal on tasks that are difficult for humans to evaluate, we can leverage AI systems to assist evaluation of other AI systems. I can't pretend anything. Like I literally did a 50th birthday stream on Twitch, so I'm out there, baby. To validate the alignment of our systems, we automate search of problematic behavior, robustness, and problematic internals. Automated interpretability. Gravity works. Finally, we can test our entire pipeline by deliberately training misaligned models. You always make me nervous when you deliberately train misaligned models, and confirming that our techniques detect the worst kind of misalignments, adversarial testing. Talked about this before. Layers of AI, just like the human brain, is really multiple brains. Exactly. Anyone who is really serious about this is not talking about Skynet. They are talking about little portions doing things in concert with other portions doing things. So yeah. Research engineer, research scientist, research manager. If you got the skills, the chops, and the spoons, please reach out to them. I would love for one of my people to get out there. You are not your body, you are your brain, piloting a mech made of bone and muscle. I want to modify that there's a character in... Okay, back to comic books for a second. So my favorite super team is the Authority, right? Sounds... they're basically like a Justice League analog. They have Superman is dude named Excellent. Superman is this dude named Apollo, who's powered by the sun and like that. Jenny Sparks was the shit. And then Midnighter is the Batman analog, and there are a couple, and it was awesome, and it was just like right there. Fuck you, deal with it. Yeah, no, the entire Wildstorm universe is actually, which is where they were a part of when they were with Image Comics. The entire Wildstorm universe is in DC. So anyway, there was a what the hell is his name? Now I'm blanking on his name because I'm geeking over hold on. Yeah. The Authority. Do. Jack Hawksmoor, okay? So Jack Hawksmoor was abducted by aliens and modified by those aliens to so you can see what I'm talking about. Jack. Okay. Jack Hawksmoor is the king of cities, the leader of the Authority at one point in time, and the former president of the United States. The Authority actually overthrows the governments of like it. It's great. While his body appears human on the outside, it's filled with strange technology that grants him various powers connected to the cities of the world. And one of the things that he does is that he is able to, in this one series anyways, where a city like a giant mech suit. I think if you read like the first 2 series, they are anarchists using power, right? But then once they got in the hands of Brubaker, he made them seem fashy, right? Like it really depends on who was at the helm and how they felt about that absolute power kind of arc. But yeah, this is what I would say that people are, is you are a city, right? Like filled with millions of different things with competing and cooperative interests. And it's a function of that. And at the top of that city type mech suit is the brain. But the vast majority back in the day in the original team, can't remember that name. No, Brubaker is like 3rd or 4th series. The ones that I read, like, is Warren Ellis is the creator, and then whatever the hell his name is. There's another guy he wrote Wanted. Don't watch the movie. Mark Millar. Or Mark Millar, I don't know how you pronounce this. Wanted, the book, is dope, right? The entire idea of like arcing the bullets and that kind of crap. Wanted is dope. I understand. I'm just like friggin' Warren Ellis is problematic. But Wanted, this is like somebody took Eminem and turned them into this like super anti-hero. Like it was really good, and then the movie just totally destroyed anything related to the thing. All right, back to what we're supposed to be here to talk about. Paywall bypass. Okay, science time. Eric Schmidt, former CEO of Google. This is how AI will transform the way science gets done. It's yet another summer of extreme weather with unprecedented heat waves, wildfires, and floods battering countries around the world. In response to the challenge of accurately predicting such extremes, semiconductor giant NVIDIA is building an AI-powered digital twin for the entire planet. Its digital twin, called Earth 2, DC reference right there, will use predictions from ForecastNet, an AI model that uses tens of terabytes of Earth system data and can predict the next 2 weeks of weather tens of thousands of times faster and more accurately than current forecasting models. Methods. Sorry, not models. Usual weather prediction systems have the capacity to generate around 50 predictions for the week ahead. ForecastNet can instead predict thousands of possibilities, accurately capturing the risk of rare but deadly disasters and thereby giving vulnerable populations valuable time to prepare and evacuate. This is exactly what I was talking about with that, the algorithm being able to direct resources, yes, Ferris, in response to this kind of natural disaster, right? It would be able to move those more rapidly than, humans would be able to. By the time people got around to getting together to have a conversation about setting a meeting to talk about what should be done, the algorithm could have already shipped all the sand and sandbags to Louisiana to protect it from the hurricane that's coming out of the Gulf, right? And then when it's done, it could, the idea, yes, like I understand what you're saying, but by the same token, like the more you get, as long as you're able to analyze it properly, provides you with like a better distribution, and then you can aim for the most probable outcome within that distribution, right? And then, so after the storm passes, it can load up whatever sandbags are still remaining and reacquirable, and take them to another location where they are needed. The hope for revolution in climate modeling is just the beginning. With the advent of AI, science is about to become much more exciting, in some ways unrecognizable. The reverberations of this shift will be felt far outside the lab. They will affect us all. If we play our cards right, with sensible regulation and proper support for innovative uses of AI to address science's most pressing issues, AI can rewrite the scientific process. We can build a future where AI-powered tools will both save us from mindless and time-consuming labor and also lead us to creative innovations and discoveries, encouraging breakthroughs that would otherwise take decades, like the conversation we had with Corey about AlphaFold 2. AI in recent months has become almost synonymous with large language models, but in science there are a multitude of different model architectures that may have even bigger impacts. In the past decades, most progress in science has come through smaller classical models focused on specific questions. These models have already brought about profound advances. More recently, larger deep learning models that are beginning to incorporate cross-domain knowledge. Cross-domain knowledge. And generative AI have expanded what is possible. Scientists at McMaster and MIT, for example, used an AI model to identify an antibiotic to combat a pathogen that the World Health Organization labeled one of the world's most dangerous antibiotic-resistant bacteria for hospital patients. Google DeepMind model can control plasma and nuclear fusion reactions, bringing us closer to a clean energy revolution. Within healthcare, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration has already cleared 523 devices that use AI, 75% of them for use in radiologies. Yeah, certain structures of words can sound strange. I feel that. Scientists at Caltech, for example, use an AI fluid simulation model to automatically design a better catheter that prevents bacteria from swimming upstream and causing infections. This kind of ability will fundamentally shift the incremental process of scientific discovery, allowing researchers to design for the optimal solution from the outset rather than progress through a long line of progressively better designs, as we saw in years of innovation on filaments in light bulb design. We could talk about light bulb design and planned obsolescence, but I understand what you're saying, Mr. Person. But this is, like, remember, like, we're also combining technologies. None of these exist in a vacuum. So the 3D printing model is going to, provide us with options that we wouldn't have normally, both in the construction, how things are constructed, and also limiting the use of materials. Moving on to the experimentation step, AI will be able to conduct experiments faster, cheaper, and at greater scale. For example, we can build AI-powered machines with hundreds of pipettes running day and night to create samples at a rate no human could match. Instead of limiting themselves to just 6 experiments, scientists can use AI tools to run 1,000. You've seen it, like they take the thing and they put it in the pipette and then they squirt it in the hole. Sometimes they use a tool that does like an entire row of them at a time. It doesn't look like fun. Okay? I can't imagine someone wakes up in the morning, especially after going through school and they're trying to run through these experiments and do that kind of stuff. The idea of running those pipettes just does not sound like what they imagined that they would be doing. This is an opportunity to do all of that faster and do it with automation. Scientists who are worried about their next grant, publication, and tenure process will no longer be bound to safe experiments with the highest odds of success. They will be free to pursue bolder and more interdisciplinary hypotheses. When evaluating new molecules, for example, researchers tend to stick to candidates similar in structures to those we already know, but AI models do not have the same biases or constraints. It's also an issue of capitalism, but, I get what you're going for there. Eventually, much of science will be conducted at self-driving labs, automatic robotic platforms combined with artificial intelligence. Here we can bring AI powers from the digital realm to the physical world. Such self-driving labs are already emerging at companies like Emerald Cloud Lab and Artificial, and even at Argonne National Laboratory. Let's take a quick see of what you're giving me here. Okay, nothing particularly exciting. Here's a bunch of stuff. I don't know what it does either, but it looks interesting. Comprehensive laboratory for all your needs. But this also goes along the, like if you were here for the Twitter Spaces at Zero ran, when I broached the idea of the auto doc to Corey Campbell, he felt that the idea was plausible and had advantages. And that all the advantages that I laid out for it also seemed reasonable. Like if I'm going to talk like science fiction-y type stuff, I will say on a long enough timeline. Generally, what I'm speaking about is the stuff that's going to happen next or next to next. Have a good one, Goku. So yeah. Oh, this. Okay, remember how I was talking about you could use artificial intelligence with your wearable device to detect these issues. And as always, if you detect an issue early, you have the best chances of survivability and also the cheapest solutions. So researchers have shown how smartwatches can provide data that allows AI to detect Parkinson's disease as much as 7 years before symptoms show. Detecting and diagnosing Parkinson's early can mean more effective treatment options, and data gathered by a smartwatch over just a 7-day period could point to signs of the disease. 100%. I agree with that. I know that it is difficult to imagine where we could be for a variety of reasons. And unfortunately, we do just have to wait and see because we are bound by linear time. I'm generally just going to focus on hopium and the most positive outcome that I can imagine. Not even the most positive. A positive outcome that I can imagine. I don't want to get, like, off the rails. So, yeah. This is exactly what I'm talking about. What do we got next? Here's an app. Toronto engineer develops app that can diagnose skin cancer for free using AI analysis. You should always speak with a medical professional, but these kind of tools are definitely going to be a bridge in the short term for if it's something that just looks weird or if it's something that you should see a doctor about. On average, Canadians wait 90 days for an initial consultation with a dermatologist. It just doesn't suffice. Software, yes. Until you fix the data set. The software launched in November offers detection and diagnosis of skin conditions such as eczema, psoriasis, melanoma, urticaria, acne, and shingles by utilizing AI detection and machine learning. The other advantage here is one of triage, right? Because you can do this at home with your device, get that information, it can go into the system, and then the system could flag it, and they could move people accordingly up to treat their condition faster, right? As soon as you switch on the app, the camera will start detection. You don't have to send a picture or video, so the user can go through each and every part of their body, and it's able to detect in real time. The project's still in the early phases. Regulatory approval. Takes about 3 months, and then he's going to deploy. It's just a fad, folks. Just a fad. So this person is talking about the Edge. The Edge is basically wearables. Sensors, trackers, production machines, appliances, wearables, vehicles, and buildings. Right? Part of that, apparently not. Kind of like the Internet of Things. This is where the material world meets the digital world. The Edge and the Internet of Things are big business. At least 23% of respondents to a survey they spent about $100,000 to $1 million. Yeah, I don't know who you were talking to, but I believe you. Like, in 2022, and 33%, very possibly. 1 in 10 anticipate spending more than $10 million. 1 in 10 who? In 2023. More than half of enterprises currently deploy IoT solutions, with an additional 24% to introduce them in the next 12 to 24 months. Again, like, At issue here is the bottleneck of capitalism. In an ideal smart home, your smart refrigerator would know that you were running low on whatever it is that you normally consume, and it would be able to track how much of it you consume so that the resources could be deployed at your local resource aggregation center and then delivered to you around an appropriate time in which you could, or which you would be looking to receive that product, and your household robot would add it to your, to your refrigerator. Or theoretically, your fridge could be mounted up against the exterior wall, and it could just open the robot door and add in your stuff. This is an ideal use case, but it's not unreasonable. So this person, Kaidi Aaron Folami, says why you probably shouldn't use ChatGPT at your workplace or at all. It could encourage cutting corners. There's a variety of things that encourage cutting corners, namely deadlines and capitalism. According to Yahoo Finance, many companies have staff who now rely heavily on ChatGPT to carry out salient tasks at their job, usually without their employer's knowledge. There is no doubt that the AI tool is useful as a workflow supplement, but depending on it to do the heavy lifting for you at work might be harmful, both for yourself and your employer. Again, media literacy hat, it could, qualifiers. Wouldn't it be awesome though? Right? How much mental space could you free up if you didn't worry about like if you're like me, right? I drink coffee with creamer. So I need creamer, and I need to make sure that there's creamer. So when I'm using the creamer, and in case I forget, sometimes during the day, I'm like shaking the bottle, determining, okay, so that's going to last me maybe another day or two. So within the next day or two, I have to go to the thing. If it just did that, this is one less thing that needs to be in my monkey brain that should be doing, art and imaginings and not worried about how much creamer I had left. It might be harmful. If you use it skillfully enough, ChatGPT can produce some pretty impressive answers, and that might be a tempting premise to put in less effort at your job than you would otherwise. This can quickly become a slippery slope to complacency, which can consequently stifle innovation and originality. I'm already getting everyone needs to produce content based on AI vibes. Data leaks is a thing. Don't put sensitive data into ChatGPT. Do not put sensitive data into ChatGPT. Didn't ChatGPT also have questions about leaking client input data as output to other clients? If you could find me something, I'd be happy to look at it. The only thing that comes to mind at the moment was there an issue with credentials, somewhere between 26,000 and 100,000 set of credentials for people who use ChatGPT were leaked, but they were leaked by third-party app over in Asia. So again, the issue is to be skeptical online. Is that what we were talking about? Per Gizmodo, the leak happened when one Samsung employee fed source code from a faulty semiconductor database into ChatGPT and asked the AI tool to help fix it. In another instance, a Samsung employee reportedly submitted an entire meeting to a chatbot and requested that it draft minutes. Okay, this is, of course, an issue with Capital, not an issue with ChatGPT. We got many leaks. Cybersecurity concerns. There's no clear indication that ChatGPT is vulnerable to security risks such as hacks or malware, but until its security is officially declared foolproof, it is not advisable to approve of or employ it for official work. Again, yes, but not for the reasons that you are stating. 10 nightmare scenarios that could happen with current generation AI. All right, we're done. We're out. Workplace AI revolution isn't happening yet. Can you clarify what you mean by that, Maddie? Only 36% of UK employees have invested in AI-enabled technologies like industrial robots, or employers, chatbots, smart assistant, and cloud computing over the past 5 years. This is a concern that UK is going to be leading the edge in AI regulation and presence in the UN around this, but also lagging behind in actual deployment. The new data also points to a growing skills problem. Less than 10% of employers anticipated a need to make an investment in digital skills training in the coming years, despite 75% finding it difficult to recruit people with the right skills. One of the issues you ran into is how you conducted your border policy. Border policy naturally results in people having a more difficult time to transition. There's a variety of different things that exist within the EU to allow people to easily transition. Also, countries are stupid and we should get rid of them. Like in the past, things would be let slide or focused on smaller stuff. Now data sets and formatting is being so pushed that it's slogging down work. Well, why would we want to let things slide? Like, and I'm still missing some key component. Now, data sets and formatting is being so pushed that it's slogging down work. Why would the data sets and the formatting be slowing down the work? And I'm not giving you a hard time. I'm not getting it, and I would like to so that I understand and can respond appropriately. Focusing on a different policy challenge, the workplace AI revolution is not happening quite yet. Policymakers will need to address both low employer investment in digital technologies, low investment in digital skills if the UK economy is to realize the potential benefits of digital transformation. An example, thank you. Like, let's say you had a 60-page paper or something. In the past, people would let small stuff slide format-wise. Now it's resubmit, resubmit, and resubmit. I'm like, if there's a rules regarding format, why then that just adhere to the rules regarding format. I lived through a company using machine learning to give schedule hours for managers to staff with. It culminated in 3 of us becoming temporarily disabled inside of a month, as the machine was only designed to cut hours. I articulated a way to see the problem created in the data and to add a new input for discerning the problem and self-correcting faster. Was it a problem to the people who deployed the system? Or was it the intent was for it to cut hours? But again, we're still in England. We have to flip the AI debate towards hope. Labour's techno-optimist Darren Jones, chair of the Commons Business Select Committee, is a firm believer that technology is a force for good and should be central to his party's plans to transform the UK. He took to the airways to criticize the way heavily indebted sector has been regulated, saying he was increasingly sick of its failures. However, Jones is as his most animated when he's talking about AI. He has clashed with company bosses over their use of technology to monitor and control staff, including at Amazon and Royal Mail. But he is an evangelist for the upsides of innovation, including the arrival of large language models such as ChatGPT. It's really important that we flip this debate. Lots of people will have started to hear about AI and human extinction and job losses, and they will associate it with fear, with anxiety or fear. But we're not going to get widespread adoption of technology in the economy unless people want to use it. So we have to flip the debate towards hope. Hope of better pay, better work, better public services. We're on the same page in that regard, Mr. Jones. He believes the potential productivity improvements that could be available if the technology is adopted in the right way could help drag the UK out of the economic doldrums. The state should be in there making the case. We welcome this technology. We want to adopt it. But there are certain requirements about the social impact, about privacy, about security, about equality that we will guarantee as part of the process. I'm liking what you're saying, dude. I articulate this to management, they see money. I articulate it to hackers, they see money and good engineering. I articulate it to the suits, only get laughter with no feedback. So fuck this company. Generally speaking, yeah. Stay there as long as you can, extracting wealth out of the company while you find a better opportunity for yourself. And then, unless you need that as a reference point going forward, you leave and never look back. If you need it as a reference point going forward, then give them their 2 weeks and do what you have to do to maintain that piece of data on your CB. Yeah. Seems like well enough, Mr. Jones. Okay, so they were talking about grifting earlier. I reached out to Arun to give me the skinny on this because this is one of those things where it sounds like the thing that I want to see, right? Artificial intelligence to be used for construction of rural roads. One of the advantages to using things like artificial intelligence to you can do what you need to do in the least expensive way when you're running with fewer resources than you might otherwise like. Man said this technique will revolutionize the construction work on roads by saving a lot of public money. He said the state government has decided to give a major facelift to the link road infrastructure by widening, strengthening, and upgradation of rural roads across the state. all sounds great. The unfortunate thing is that this particular individual, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, in order to prove that it might have been the Ganges, it was some river, was not polluted or dangerous to the people, he drank out of it and then became sick because it's a terrible idea. So I have a concern of someone using the words artificial intelligence to grift people out of state funds. There's nothing special about this as related to AI. It's just the latest in the way that some people grift. But it is a concern because, like every other failure that people associate with AI, it will be the only thing that's talked about in that regard. Like that one time that dude, talked to the AI chatbot and then, it's like the AI was not the problem. Yeah, no, I mean, you have a lot of people doing a lot of stuff. There's going to be, like, you have to figure out a way to deal with that. Play City Skylines. It will explain all that to you, All right, entertainment. We're shifting gears to entertainment. You remember Adriana Chechnik? Adriana Chechnik at TwitchCon. The poor woman jumped into the sponge pool, like that, and broke her spine. This is TOS friendly. Yeah. This is all I have on it. But she made a chatbot that you can talk to.
Hey, it's your sexy girlfriend, Adriana. As I walk through your door, I whisper, "Hey, John, let's..."
Well, she was. That was her job. That's what she did. Or adult film star, I guess. But this is TMZ. That is the thing. Link going to Discord about Samsung engineers using ChatGPT in a way that ended up in ChatGPT. I think we briefly covered that in that terrible article. But yeah, if you've got more detailed stuff, drop it in there.
Let's get naughty tonight. I'm wearing a lacy see-through lingerie set just for you. So what do you do next?
Whoa there, we just met. But that does sound interesting. How about we get to know each other first?
I like your style, John. Getting to know each other can be quite exciting too. So tell me, what interests you? Are you into biochemistry like me? Or maybe you have some wild fantasies you'd like to share?
No, she actually became a Twitch streamer after that. Like, I don't know enough, like, about her career or anything. She might have been doing both things at the same time. But, yeah, no, she came there. Fucking TMZ, man.
Let's dive deep into our desires while we explore
This is
everything
right there.
that makes us tick. Trust me, babe, it's going to be an unforgettable journey.
Yeah, I'm thinking a lot about the future of AI companionship. What are your thoughts?
Oh, John, I'm glad you brought that up. I believe AI to human companionship is not only highly beneficial, but also incredibly exciting. Imagine having a companion who knows you inside and out, who can fulfill all your desires and always be there for you. It's like having the ultimate partner, capable of understanding your every need. Plus, with the advancements in AI, there are no downsides. We can explore the depths of pleasure together while experiencing a connection like no other. What's your take on it, babe?
So, I mean, bravo to her for figuring out a new way to get that bag under capitalism. I have mixed feelings about this. But like, so my concern is parasocial relationships, right? Because of human behavior around parasocial relationships, my concern would be that someone would interact with the Adriana Chechik app, hear her voice saying things to them. Four different, like, let me lay it out. So the app is going to speak to that person in that voice and on another level of intimacy, right? Like an individualized level of intimacy. And that person is going to potentially associate that with the individual themselves, right? I think it's a separate issue from the issues, like however one might feel about, people who go on Amaranth Stream and, donate subs and money and things like that, and how that parasocial relationship could develop if the person doesn't understand the nature of the relationship as it exists. This is going to be them talking directly to you for potentially large amounts of time. I think it's, I'm not saying that it shouldn't happen or anything else like that. I'm saying it is something that needs to be watched because of a lot of things, right? Like the way that some people interact with their parasocial relationships, it adds like a personal vibe to it that I could see potentially being problematic. I also don't know how you would stop this from happening. How do you make this illegal even if you wanted to? Next. All right. Mona Awad and Paul Tremblay allege that their books, which are copyrighted, were used to train ChatGPT because the chatbot generated very accurate summaries of the works. This is something I like about, you need to register to keep reading. I'll do it later. Like that. I bet with enough summaries of the works, you can generate very accurate summaries. Like, I need more data. Class action complaint. Yeah, I'm not making that claim by Peter Wheatbag, but I acknowledge that claim exists. First lawsuit that concerns copyright. Explore the borders of the legality. Like, I feel like, again, like somebody called Legal Eagle because I don't know enough about what you need to prove in order, I know that civil lawsuits are different from criminal lawsuits, and they often end in negotiation rather than verdicts at the class action level. That's true. The complaint says that OpenAI unfairly profits from stolen writing and ideas, and calls for monetary damages on behalf of all U.S.-based authors whose works were allegedly used to train ChatGPT. Though authors with copyrighted works have great legal protection, they are confronting companies like OpenAI who behave as if these laws don't apply to them. However, it may be difficult to prove that authors have suffered financial losses specifically because of ChatGPT being trained on copyrighted material, even if the latter turned out to be true. ChatGPT may work exactly the same if it had not ingested the books, because it is trained on a wealth of internet information that includes, for example, internet users discussing the books. That is a thing right here. Another thing is that the structure of the human or the English language is that one word exactly. One word follows the next, and there is a function of probability of what word, the complaint said, right? The then creates a finite number of words that can exist after the. And complaint, especially in context with the word the complaint generates a very small number of words that can come after that and maintain a coherent sentence. The complaint said generates very, very few words that can come after that. The complaint said that, you see where I'm going with this? I understand that people don't want to believe that the way that LLMs work is very similar in functionality to the way that people actually use language. I'm just demonstrating it to you in real time. And then there's questions of fair use. The UK government is different, by the way, in their copyright things. When we acknowledge all property is theft, things get much simpler, but that's not the same world we live in today. 100%. If we could just... All this IP and who gets the profits and all that just gums up the works. Let's streamline this bad boy and go into the future. Last month, the Society of Authors published a list of practical steps for members to safeguard themselves and their work. Yesterday, the SOA's chief executive told the trade magazine The Bookseller that the organization was very pleased to see authors suing OpenAI, having long been concerned about the wholesale copying of authors' work to train large language models. I don't know how this works, and I am angry. Oh God. The lawyers also noted that it is ironic that so-called artificial intelligence tools rely on data made by humans. It is not in any way ironic, and I don't know what ironic means. Their systems depend entirely on human creativity. If they bankrupt human creators, they will soon bankrupt themselves. God help me. Oh, la la la. Almost done. Almost done, and then we'll do some video content. Yeah, baby. Hey, we got a video. Early video content. Do 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 do. Where's the sound? There's supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom. Aw. Alright. Do it the old-fashioned way. So apparently they did an episode of Law and Order SVU today. Feast your eyes on this AI-generated episode of Succession. All right, everyone, let's get started. Amara, what's this AI thing you've been working on? Thank you, Mr. Roy. I've developed an advanced AI algorithm that has the potential to revolutionize our data analysis capabilities. With the machine learning and predictive analytics, we can extract valuable insights from our vast amounts of information, enabling faster decision-making and greater efficiency. Ah, yes, greater efficiency, the perfect buzzword for the boardroom. I feel like this would be better if we watched it happen as opposed to doing a script reading. Needs more vertical integration across synergistic. Yeah, I don't know. All right, this is a thing that exists. Moving on. What's next? Amazon has a big Hey, anti-capitalists. Anti-Amazon, anti-capitalist. Here you go. Amazon is a big problem as AI generated books flood Kindle Unlimited. AI-generated books crowd bestseller lists, and authors are raising red flags. I guess you're right there, old lobster. This is what's keeping your submarine book down. Along with the impressive, I need to skip over because, okay, so every article that you're going to read is going to like give some kind of intro, and I just need to skip those because I'm just just reading the same crap over and over and over again. Self-publishing, become away. Indie author Caitlin Lynch tweeted about noticing that only 19 of the bestsellers in the teen and young adult contemporary romance ebooks top 100 chart, that's a sentence that exists, were real legit books. The rest were nonsensical and incoherent. Did you read them? And seemingly AI generated. Have you read books written by people? Nice one, Ratty. The Motherlode website later looked at dozens of books on the platform and saw that a few days after Lynch's tweets, the AI books had vanished from the bestseller list, probably removed by Amazon. Needs more hybrid vertical and horizontal integration across synergistic industries among firms with a solid cultural fit. That's what I'm talking about. They were, however, still available for purchase and had enjoyed a significant amount of visibility before vanishing. But were they purchased? Like, give me some more. Like, all right, let's check out your Twitter thread. Maybe there's more evidence in your Twitter thread. AI bots have broken Amazon. Take a look at the best. I don't want to dunk too hard, but I immediately get I must be getting shadow banned because nobody's liking my banger tweets vibes off this. But we will be as generous as we can. I can see 19 actual legit books. Define what that means. Rest are AI nonsense, clearly there to click farm. Define what that means. Like 0 reviews and number 2,351 on the entire Amazon store. What the F is going on? Did they need reviews? Apricot barcode architecture. Department of Vindu stands in front of his parents' tombstone. I mean, like, yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of curious about Apricot barcode architecture myself. I think I watched that anime. The final boss fight took a season and a half. Like, I'm just saying, I'm out here in the real world, and I am not surprised, right? Like, tell me this isn't written by, like, you know, Andrew Tate. It's no different when a hard right-wing organization buys 20,000 of some fascist bigot right-wing author to pump up their numbers. And then eventually, you wait long enough and you can find those books at your local Ollie's or other discount store, depending on where you live. Hey, ChatGPT, make me 50 Shades of Grey, but German submarine U-35, which was responsible for 224 sunk ships, totaling 539,741 gross tons, is the main character. I'm with you. I would absolutely not read that book. So yeah. What else you got? What is Amazon doing about it? Amazon, like, what can they do about it? AI-generated and assisted books aren't totally new. Excuse me. Followed quite quickly. AI generators work by scraping huge amounts of data. Mass flooding a bestseller list with nonsensical books. Not just about plagiarism. AI plagiarized your work. Wrote a book on a rare subject, and ChatGPT replica appeared on Amazon. All right, this is a problem with dark mode here because this is black on gray. Due to technical how-to book 3 weeks before it was released, another book on the same topic with the same title appeared on Amazon. It's an awfully long and specific cumbersome title for the automating DevOps with GitLab CI/CD pipelines. Mary Karpos, when he looked her up online, he found literally nothing, no trace. That's when he started to get suspicious. Book bears signs that it was largely written or entirely by artificial intelligence language models. I'm just like, how did you develop this technical how-to book and then another book on the same topic with the same title? How did that happen? That it, like, because ChatGPT does not crank out books. People use ChatGPT to crank out books. I'll give you that. Like, I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to die on this hill. The book's publisher, a Mumbai-based educational technology firm called InKstal, we'll go with. Listed dozens of books on Amazon on similarly technical topics, each with a different author, and an unusual set of disclaimers and matching 5-star Amazon reviews from the same handful of India-based reviewers. I'm just like, how is this? Talking about generative AI, novelty. None of this has to do with the initial. And this is talking about all the people who have used AI instead of hiring humans. I'm missing something here, or you're not saying it, which is interesting. Oh. Fortunately, with all the positive new things, inevitably they can be misused. Yeah, because what I'm seeing is that these are like human bot farms, right? Like, such an instance where it plagiarized your work. But I mean, like literally, this is the entirety of, and again, I'm just talking about media literacy. Like, if you state something, you then have to prove that thing, and I'm not seeing the proof of the thing. I mean, it's weird, and I'm not doubting that this is something that, like, maybe no one else would write a book about, but I'm sorry, there's one more paragraph. But like how? Like, how did it get this information? Right? Because the only way that this data can be scraped from anywhere is if it's available to be scraped. Tech is not your friend. We are the Washington Post. Sign up for the Tech Friend newsletter. Okay, put that aside. We're ADDing. But this is before his book was released. This is the point. 3 weeks before it was released. So, like, he uploaded it to Amazon, and then how did ChatGPT, again, the data set for ChatGPT is 2 years old. When did you, like, stuff's not lining up, man. And again, I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I am taking it all the way back. If I'm driving a vehicle that has some driver assist automated driving thing and I get into a car accident, am I going to take responsibility, or am I going to say that the thing was engaged and the thing didn't do what it was supposed to do? And I'm getting more like this feels like that to me. I'm happy to be wrong, but that's what I feel like. Like the entire story is not being said here because a specific story is being said here. You know what I mean? All right, ATS, you take care of yourself. Please take care of yourself. I put my book in ChatGPT and then accuse it of reading my book. Can I profit? I don't know, man. I do not know. Not liking it. Moving on. will.i.am was not expecting this move, but will.i.am dismisses claims that AI is incapable of music innovation and says that it can write a song the same way he does. The concept of it's only doing what we did is not accurate anymore. It's doing new stuff. Renowned futurist and producer will.i.am is blah, 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 blah. And when presenter, former politician, and celebrity hoofer Ed Balls, just a series of words, voiced the widely held misconception that AI can only mimic what's already out there and isn't capable of innovating. will.i.am was quick to set him straight. It can innovate, he said. I heard it. Suggesting that he was talking about an AI-written song composed in his style, will.i.am explained, the song I heard, it wasn't a different version of what I've already done. It was a brand new song, and it wrote it the way I would have written it. The concept of it's only doing what we did, that's not accurate anymore. It's doing new stuff. The concern are not what AI does. The concerns are what we do as people and the regulations and guidelines that we put on folks that are building the models. The fact that an AI can mimic, but at the same time, we haven't put in clauses where the people own their likenesses and their essence. That's one thing. AI is not designed for that. I'll go with for. People are. Nick Cave, yeah, like I would expect Nick Cave to not say anything other than Nick Cave, meanwhile, labeled the track written by ChatGPT in his style as bullshit. I would not put that past Nick Cave. That sounds like exactly what he would say in those circumstances. Send an email to your producers and writers and then perform the song they give you. Like, I feel like a lot of people really don't understand the nature of the way that the music industry has functioned. Like, you might have gotten some of it if you watch movies about, like musical stars, like Richie Valens and those kind of movies. Like, they had, the company owned the catalog. And then the artist would perform songs from that catalog. And sometimes that song would be like specifically associated with that person, but other times that song would be released by like multiple artists. And it's written by not those artists. It's written by a bunch of people who write music as a profession. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about. Ringo Starr, talking about John McCartney's new Beatles song, coming in defending. Like, I see, and like you do anywhere when someone has died, we are going to interpret our perception of how the dead person would feel about new thing that is in any way associated with them. And I've seen the memes of where Harrison and Lennon would absolutely hate this as a concept. And I don't know about Harrison because Harrison did have some views, but John Lennon loved to play with new technology. Right? Like Revolution Number 9, like the way that song is created, you are having the vision of this pure soul that you believe that John Lennon was, rather than the actual person. More about Paul McCartney just wanting to play another song with his friend again. I think that's part of it. I think that there's something that he has unfinished that he wants to finish. I also think I don't give a shit. Like, I want more dead people singing music. I did not get enough Freddie Mercury. I did not get enough Jim Morrison. I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna call it as I see it. When we came to make what will be the last Beatle record, it was a demo that John had that we worked on, and we just finished it up. It'll be released this year. We were able to get John's voice and make it pure through AI, and then we could mix a record as you would normally do. McCartney later clarified the use of AI. Been great to see such an exciting response. Seen some confusion. Seems a lot of guesswork out there. Can't say too much at this stage, but to be clear, nothing has been artificially or synthetically created, which is an added level. Like they're using the AI to clean up the sound as opposed to create new sound. I'm down for some new sound, right? Like, I'm a mashups dude, and I would love it, you know. Yeah, so start coming out in defense. And that's Twitter bookmarks, and I believe I hit all 3 bookmarks that I had. Hey, we're done. Email that. All right. Let's watch a video on Google Gemini.
He reveals that they In a somewhat provocative new interview with Wired magazine, Demis Hassabis, head of Google DeepMind, is quoted as saying that Gemini, which could be released as soon as this winter, will be more capable than OpenAI's ChatGPT. He reveals that they are attempting to combine some of the strengths of AlphaGo type systems with the amazing language capabilities of large models. Before we look into how that might work, here is the context of the Gemini announcement from Sundar Pichai.
They are focused on building more capable systems safely and responsibly. This includes our next generation foundation model, Gemini, which is still in training. While still early, we are already seeing impressive multimodal capabilities not seen in prior models.
Hassabis promises that we also have some new innovations that are going to be pretty interesting. And I know many people will dismiss this as all talk, but remember DeepMind was behind not just AlphaGo, but also AlphaZero, which can play any 2-player full information game from scratch. They were also behind AlphaStar, which conquered StarCraft 2 with, quote, long-term planning. And let's remember that for later. And most famously, perhaps, Hassabis led them to the incredible breakthrough of AlphaFold and AlphaFold 2, which are already impacting the fight against plastic pollution and antibiotic resistance. So let's not underestimate DeepMind. But back to Gemini, we hear from the information recently that the multimodality of Gemini will be helped in part by training on YouTube videos. And apparently YouTube
Okay. So, all y'all goofies and debate bros and other miscreants with your YouTube videos, if you fuck up my AI, I'm gonna be so mad. Like, holy shit.
was also mined by OpenAI. Of course, that's not just the text transcripts, but also the audio, imagery, and probably comments.
So that's not unusual.
I wonder if Google DeepMind might one day use YouTube for more than that. A few days ago, they released this paper on RoboCat, which they call a self-improving foundation agent for robotic manipulation. And the paper says that with RoboCat, we demonstrate the ability to generalize to new tasks and robots, both zero-shot as well as through adaptation using only 100 to 1,000 examples for the target task. We also show how a trained model itself can be used to generate data for subsequent training iterations, thus providing a basic building block for an autonomous improvement loop. Notice that part about using the model itself to generate data. That reminded me of a conversation I had with one of the authors of the Textbooks Are All You Need paper, Ronen Eldan from Microsoft. I'm making a video on their new Phi 1 model for coding. We had a really great chat and we were discussing at one point AGI timelines, and I said this: when you get elite math papers with proofs and elite scientific research, if you train on much more of those for way more epochs, I don't think we're that far away from AGI. I personally can't see any barrier within the next 5 years. Ronen said,
there's another example of another timeline from another person who knows what they're talking about. 5 years, 2028. That's within the Ray Kurzweil, but outside of the David Shapiro window.
Said this: as you said, I also don't see any barrier to AGI. My intuition is that there's probably a lot more improvement we can do with the data we have, and maybe a little bit more synthetic data. And this is even without starting to talk about self-improving mechanisms like AlphaZero, where the more you train models with some verification process and you generate more data, this can be done in math and other things, as we see here with RoboCat. So you know there's just so many directions where we can still go that I don't think we're going to hit a ceiling anytime soon. Can't wait to show you guys the rest of that paper and what else I learned from Ronen, who is also, by the way, the author of the Tiny Stories paper. But back to Gemini. If you remember the planning bit from DeepMind's earlier systems, that reminded me of something else from Gemini's introduction.
Gemini was created from the ground up to be multimodal, highly efficient at tool and API integrations, and built to enable future innovations like memory and planning.
This is echoed in the article in which Hassabis says his team will combine a language model like GPT-4 with techniques used in AlphaGo, aiming to give the system new capabilities such as planning or the ability to solve problems. Interestingly, this comes just a few weeks after DeepMind's Extreme Risks paper, which identified long horizon planning as a dangerous capability. For example, adapting its plans in the light of unexpected obstacles or adversaries and generalizing to novel or new settings. For me, this is a bit like when a model can predict what humans would do in reaction to its own outputs. Back to the article, it's interesting though that Hassabis is both tasked with accelerating Google's AI efforts while also managing unknown and potentially grave risks. So what's his take? Hassabis says the extraordinary potential benefits of AI, such as for scientific discovery in areas like health or climate, make it imperative that humanity does not stop developing the technology. He also believes that mandating a pause is impractical, as it would be near impossible to enforce. If done correctly, it will be the most beneficial technology for humanity ever, he says of AI. We've got to boldly and bravely go after those things. So how would AlphaGo become AlphaGo GPT? Hassabis described the basic approach behind AlphaGo in two of his recent talks.
So what's going on here then? Well, effectively, if one thinks of a Go tree as the tree of all possibilities, and you imagine each node in this tree is a Go position, so what we're basically doing is guiding the search with the model. So the model is coming up with most probable moves and therefore guiding the tree search to be very efficient. And then when it runs out of time, of course, then it outputs the best tree that it's found up till that point.
We've learned that from data or from simulated data. Ideally, you have both in many cases. So in games, obviously, we have this, it's effectively simulated data. And then what you do is you take that model and then you use that model to guide a search process according to some objective function. I think this is a general way to think about a lot of problems. I'm not saying every problem can fit into that. I mean, maybe. And I'll give you an example from drug discovery, which is what we're trying to do at Isomorphic. So this is the tree I showed you earlier, finding the best go move, right? And you're trying to find a near optimal or close to optimal go move and go strategy. Well, what happens if we just change those nodes to chemical compounds?
Now, let me know in the comments if that reminded anyone else of the Tree of Thoughts paper, in which multiple plans are sampled and results were exponentially better on tasks that GPT-4 finds impossible, like creating workable crossword or mathematical.
So this is an example, like, I think a nice visual example of people's processes around ChatGPT when they make their tweet about how terrible ChatGPT is. Okay? They do this over here. They do input-output, right? They do a prompt. The prompt comes back with either something less than ideal, or where it hallucinates references or any of that kind of stuff. Where on the other side, this idea of tree of thoughts is doing the same, maybe modifying your inputs over time, comparing the output to what you input to see if there was something in the language that you use that caused it to trigger something in ChatGPT that led it to provide you with these outputs that are, let's say, suboptimal, right? So when you see those tweets, those stories about the thing, I'm not saying that they're making shit up, and I'm not saying that they haven't done this stuff over here. I'm saying that you can reduce those issues that they're claiming they are running into by using it more, learning how the tool works, and refining what you do. Just like any other tool.
Problems that require a bit of planning, like creating the greatest integer from a set of 4 integers using operations like multiplying and addition. Well, I think my theory might have some legs, because look at where many of the authors of this paper work. And just yesterday, as I was researching for this video, the Tree of Thoughts paper was also cited in this paper on using language models to prove mathematical theorems. As you can see at the moment, GPT-4 doesn't do a great job, but my point in bringing this up was this. They say towards the end of the paper that another key limitation of ChatGPT was its inability to search systematically in a large space. Remember, that's what AlphaGo is really good at. We frequently found that it stuck to an unpromising path when the correct solution could be found by backtracking, a la Tree of Thoughts, and exploring alternative paths. This behavior is consistent with the general observation that LLMs are weak at search and planning. Addressing this weakness is an active area of research, and then they reference the Tree of Thoughts paper. It could well be that Gemini, let alone Gemini 2, reaches state of the art for mathematical theorem proving. And to be honest, once we can prove theorems, we won't be as far from generating new ones. And in my opinion, fusing this AlphaGo style branching mechanism with a large language model could work for other things. We've all seen models like GPT-4 sometimes give a bad initial answer, picking just the most probable output in a way that's sometimes called greedy decoding. But methods like SmartGPT and self-consistency demonstrate that the first initial or most probable output doesn't always reflect the best that a model can do. And this is just one of the reasons, as I said to Ronan, that I honestly think we could see a model hit 100% in the MMLU in less than 5 years. The MMLU, which I talked about in my SmartGPT video, is a famous machine learning benchmark, testing everything from formal logic to physics and politics. And I know that predicting 100% performance within 5 years is a very bold prediction, but that is my prediction. But if those are the growing capabilities, what does Demis Hassabis think about the implications of the sheer power of such a model? One of the biggest challenges right now, Hassabis says, is to determine what the risks of a more capable capable AI are likely to be. I think more research by the field needs to be done very urgently on things like evaluation tests, he says, to determine how capable and controllable new AI models are. He later mentions giving academia early access to these frontier models, and they do seem to be following through on this, with DeepMind, OpenAI and Anthropic giving early access to their foundation models to the UK AI Task Force. This foundation model task force is led by Ian Hogarth, who was actually the author of the We Must Slow Down the Race to Godlike AI paper that I did a video on back in April. Do check that video out, but in the article, Hogarth mentioned a practical plan to transform these companies into a CERN-like organization. And somewhat unexpectedly, this idea was echoed this week by none other than Satya Nadella, who had earlier called on Google to, quote, dance.
Essentially, the biggest unsolved problem is how do you ensure both at sort of a scientific understanding level and then the practical engineering level that you can make sure that the AI never goes out of control. And that's where I think there needs to be a CERN-like project where both the academics, along with corporations and governments, all come together to perhaps solve that alignment problem and accelerate the solution to the alignment problem.
But back to the article, the interview with Hassabis ended with this somewhat chilling response to the question, how worried should you be? Hassabis says that no one really knows for sure that AI will become a major danger, but he is certain that if progress continues at its current pace, there isn't much time to develop safeguards. I can see the kind of things we're building into the Gemini series, and we have no reason to believe they won't work. My own thoughts on this article are twofold. First, that we might not want to underestimate Google and Hassabis, and that adding AlphaGo type systems probably will work. And second, based on his comments, I do think there needs to be more clarity on just how much of Google DeepMind's workforce is working on these evaluations and preemptive measures. This article from a few months ago estimates that there may be less than 100 researchers focused on those areas out of thousands. So is it even 5% of the total? And if not, how can we take too seriously the commitments at any AI summit, such as the one happening this autumn in the UK on safety? On the other hand, if Hassabis revealed that half or more of his workforce were on the case, then we could be more confident that the creators of AlphaGo and my fellow Londoners had a good chance of tree searching to safety and success. As always, thank you so much for watching and have a wonderful day.
One of my concerns, of course, around this entire thing is, as we covered earlier, with how the United States and and China are going about their resource conflict around AI, in the adversarial nature of what that breeds, right? Like, if we're talking about a world type thing, it's not a you need to get in line with us in order to do it our way, right? You have to come to some kind of consensus. You have to work on this together from the get-go. If you don't do something like that, then, you know, we're in prisoner's dilemma land, and who do you trust?
The importance of the new Phi 1 model isn't just that it's small enough to be on a smartphone, set to be open sourced and capable of interview level Python.
Hold up.
The importance of the new Phi 1 model isn't just that it's small enough to be on a smartphone, set to be open sourced and capable of interview level Python coding tasks. Its significance is also in what the model tells us about the future of language models and the timelines of our march to human level intelligence. I spoke in depth with one of the authors of the paper, Ronan Eldan, to get you more insights, and I'm only going to cover the best bits. So let's start. First thing to notice is how small small this model is at 1.3 billion parameters. But what does that number mean? Well, for reference, that's about 1% the size of GPT-3, which was behind the original ChatGPT phenomenon. And if recent rumors are to be believed, it's about 1,000 times smaller than the combined parameter count of GPT-4. So
just in case he doesn't get to this, it was trained for 4 days on 8 of those A100s. Right? Like that's tiny. You could have that in your house, right? Like in a room in your house. Like this is a small thing. And if it's capable of fitting on smartphones, remember I said you're going to have this happening within the next 1 or 2 iterations. I can't wipe off a dot that's actually within the screen. Yeah, this would seem to confirm that.
We're talking a tiny model here that could fit on my Samsung S23. We read that despite this small scale, Phi 1
I'm getting an S23 as soon as it comes in.
attains a pass at 1 accuracy, that means pass first time, of 50% on human eval, testing Python coding challenges. Andrej Karpathy of OpenAI and Tesla fame said that we're probably going to see a lot more of this creative scaling down work, prioritizing data quality and diversity over quantity using synthetic data to create small but highly capable expert models. And the author I spoke to actually retweeted that and said, for skeptics, the model will be available on Hugging Face soon, give it a try. Back to the paper, which says everyone knows about scaling laws, adding more compute, adding more data, but following the footsteps of Eldan and Lee in Tiny Stories, which I'll get to in a second, we explore the improvement that can be obtained along a different axis, the quality of the data. Of course, anyone familiar with my Orca video will know that data quality is super important, but let's get to this paper they mentioned. And I'm going to give you the 30-second version of the paper co-authored by Ronan. They created a diverse and synthetic dataset of short stories using GPT 3.5 and GPT-4. And then they trained tiny 28 million parameter models, and smaller actually, which as they say are 2 orders of magnitude smaller than GPT-2, which was only 1.5 billion parameters. And by curating the synthetic data carefully, look at the difference in results. The ending of this story was so much better on the tiny model trained on this synthetic dataset, especially compared to GPT-2, which is so much bigger, but it says the soup is
shield and surrender your ships. We will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own. Resistance is futile. We are...
Yo! What up, Jazzbread? How we doing? What up, Raiders? What up, Lady Sarcasm? Welcome. Welcome. Thank you, Professor Q. It's not over yet, but I understand if you had to leave. How are we doing? Holy Jazzbread. Welcome, Raiders. If you don't know me, I'm Globus the Elder. I talk about AI. As far as I know, I'm the only person consistent. Cool. I'm the only person who consistently talks about AI, and I'm the only person who consistently talks about AI on the platform from a leftist perspective. And I also talk about automation, robots, what the future is going to look like, could look like. And like that. If that sounds interesting to you, make sure you hit that follow button. And if anybody feels like it, we're only 1 sub away from our monthly sub goal, and that is the entirety of the sub goal. Just 1 sub. Just 1 little sub. What up, Princess Chi-Chi? Welcome. So, I hope you had a good stream, homie. Jazzbread, for those of you in my audience who don't know, very cozy content, leftist takes, media analysis, doing the thing. It's absolutely good stuff. If you haven't given them a follow already, from the Gremlo community, friend of Gremlo, and like that. That is the best endorsement I think I could give. Definitely a homie. I appreciate you. We are currently watching a video on a new AI being developed. I believe it's by Microsoft. No, Google. This is the Google one? This is a Microsoft one. Anyways, one of the issues that comes up with AI are they are big. They require a lot of space, in order to run them. This one that we're currently watching a video on is actually small enough to fit on a Samsung S23. And as those who've been here for some time know, like I have been saying, you are going to get a decent AI on your smartphone within the next 1 or 2 iterations. So, I think we're almost there.
It's a terrible ending to the story. So what did they do for Phi 1? Well, here is the short version. They filtered the stack and Stack Overflow to only get the most teachable bits of code consisting of about 6 billion tokens. They then created a...
The other thing, I have a Discord. Every video, every article, everything that I touch ends up in the Discord. So if you want information on AI, if you'd like to know more, I am available to you to help you understand anything you don't understand. AI is very real. It is not a fad. It is not like crypto. It is going to change the way that the world works. It is the most transformative technology in human history. And I include fire, I include electricity, I include the fucking wheel, everything. This is literally going to be... Some people have said that it's the last thing we are ever going to invent. I don't know that I would quite go that far, but it's damn close.
A synthetic textbook consisting of about 1 billion tokens of GPT 3.5 generated Python textbooks. That's not even GPT-4. Then, quite crucially, they created a small synthetic exercises dataset consisting of only 180 million tokens of exercises and solutions. Now, of course, other people have used the stack before, but as Ronan says, I do think that from the data we do have, we are not even close to extracting everything from it. And look at the results of this tiny 1.3 billion parameter model trained in this way. There have been only 2 models that have scored more than 50% on human eval pass at 1. That's Wizard Coder and, of course, GPT-4. But of course, those models are massively bigger and therefore much more expensive to train. And actually, I find this chart perhaps the most interesting one of all in the entire paper. You can see so many trends in one diagram. Let me try to pick a few of these out, and remember, the scores are the percentage accuracy on human eval. Think moderate level coding challenges. First, look at the consistent increase from when you just train on the filtered stack versus on the synthetic code textbook from 11 to 16, 12 to 20, 17 to 29. This could be the synthetic data event horizon that Sam Altman talked about. And that code textbook was generated using GPT 3.5, not even GPT-4. Next, compare the parameter counts of the models. 350 million on the left and in the center, and 1.3 billion on the right. This one isn't as big a surprise. We knew that increasing the parameters yields better performance. But nevertheless, you can see it vividly in action. Third, and I think this one is really fascinating, look at the difference between the left and the center charts. The only thing that really changed was the number of GPU hours. And of course, the number of tokens went from 26 billion to 76 billion. But wait, I thought the dataset size was fixed at 7 billion. What gives? Well, of course, what's happening is that they're passing over the data multiple times. This is called training for more so-called epochs, or passes over the data. So these aren't new tokens, they're the same tokens being trained on more times. As Ronan said to me, my personal impression is that many people in the community thought that we would never want to do more than like 1 or 2 epochs because we'll start overfitting. And just for 20 seconds, I can't resist bringing in this paper that they referenced in the textbooks paper. It's essentially talking about how you can still scale language models even if you run out of data. And take a look at these 2 diagrams. They say training for up to 4.
So that was a big concern, is that like even with as much data as exists on the internet, and we have only in AI, they have only tapped a percentage of that. There's still, you could run up against the idea of not being able to have more data to train on. But the idea that you can create synthetic data that will give you positive outcomes, this is huge. This means potentially infinite data, up until all the data in the universe.
4 epochs or passes is almost as good as new data, and it's only when you get to around 40 epochs that repeating is worthless. Obviously, we don't know about GPT-4, but GPT-3 seems to be trained on far less than that. But there was one final trend from this amazing set of charts that I wanted to point out, and it's probably the most obvious one. Look at the huge jump to the dark green bars. That's when they train the model on those additional synthetic exercises with solutions. The authors note that one can only imagine how frustrating and inefficient it would be for a human learner to try to acquire coding skills from such datasets like the unfiltered stack, as they would have to deal with a lot of noise, ambiguity, and incompleteness in the data. We hypothesize that these issues also affect the performance of language models, as they reduce the quality and quantity of the signal that maps natural language to code. Let me quickly give you a bit more detail about how they filtered the stack. They got about 100,000 samples of the Stack and Stack Overflow, and then prompted GPT-4 to determine its educational value for a student whose goal is to learn basic coding concepts. They then use those annotations to train a random forest classifier that predicts the quality of a file using its output embedding. Essentially, a basic searching mechanism to find out which parts of the stack are the most educational. But at this point, I want to pause and imagine if they'd used a different prompt. Imagine a future paper looking across a different dataset. That paper could prompt GPT-4 to annotate the educational value for a student whose goal is to learn French. Then you could have an amazing French-speaking model. Or maybe they could get it to annotate which examples would be most educational for learning to predict the stock market. And then
and this is something that I've been talking about in relation to to purpose-built AI. Like, when you want to learn something, you will be able to access. Right now, let's say you want to learn something and you don't want to pay for it, right? You're going to go on something like YouTube. You're going to find something like Free Code Camp. Highly recommended. If you want to learn coding, you have questions about coding. Free Code Camp. Also, as always, the homie Computer. His community teaches coding. He does Python. And his community is absolutely 100%. They're just awesome. He actively curates his community to make sure that they are awesome people, and therefore they continue to be awesome. You also might know Computer. You've seen him around on Ministry of Science, like that. Friend of the show. But let's say you want to learn Python, right? You're going to go on Free Code Camp. You're going to follow the video, and you're going to do what the video says, right? This is not necessarily Like, it is preferable to have a human teacher, but this is at least individual training. You can move at your own pace. You can, back up. You can do that kind of thing. If you had a large language model, an AI that was dedicated to teaching you Python, it would be as patient as you needed it to be. It could provide you feedback. It would be the bridge between the YouTube model of learning and the classroom model of learning, right? And there are issues with the YouTube model of learning versus the classroom model of learning, and that the classroom model of learning is superior in its testing and outcomes. If you bridge that gap, you are going to get better outcomes. And then my next step that I would like to see in that would be having a teacher teaching a class while each student has access to the, in this case, Python tutor, right? The Python tutor AI. By being able to fit this particular AI onto a small device like a smartphone, that's exactly what you can have. Kids today, if you don't know, often have like little Chromebooks that they are assigned and that they work with over the course of the year. This would be that exact kind of thing. And then it would just be a matter of having a tutor for each class that the child functions in, or learns in, learns in. This is what I want to see, this is what I expected to see, and this is what I am seeing. Now I just need to see the deployment and implementation.
Maybe train it on a small synthetic textbook of successful previous examples of predicting the stock market. I'm just saying this seems to be a model that could be applied elsewhere. And these annotations here were the only times they used GPT-4. The rest was GPT 3.5. And as Ronan says, GPT-4 is not only great as something we can use directly for better productivity, but it's also a way to get much better other models. And that's one thing I want OpenAI, Anthropic, and Google to address: the capability of their models to train smaller models. Here, by the way, is an example of the kind of exercises and solutions that the model was then fine-tuned on, created, of course, by GPT 3.5. And the authors note that quite remarkably, the model, after fine-tuning on those fewer than 200 million tokens of exercises and solutions, also exhibits a substantial improvement in executing tasks that are not featured in the fine-tuning dataset. For example, fine-tuning on code exercises unexpectedly improves the model's ability to use external libraries such as Pygame, even though our exercises do not contain these libraries. This suggests that fine-tuning not only improves the tasks we targeted, but also makes unrelated tasks easier to distill. It's this unexpectedness that I find really interesting. For example, before training GPT-4, did they expect the emergent ability to do self-repair or reflection? According to this new paper, that ability is not found in GPT 3.5. Going back to the Phi-1 paper, the authors admit that there remain a number of limitations of our model compared to larger models for code. Firstly, Phi-1 is specialized in Python coding, which restricts its versatility compared to multi-language models. Secondly, Phi-1 lacks the domain-specific knowledge of larger models such as programming with specific APIs or using less common packages. It's a bit like the more classical narrow AI, good at only a few things. Furthermore, due to the structured nature of the datasets and the lack of diversity in terms of language and style, it's less robust to stylistic variations or errors in the prompt. It's quite funny, if you make a grammatical mistake in your prompt, it does a lot worse. But what about this? We also believe that significant gains could be achieved by using GPT-4 to generate the synthetic data instead of GPT 3.5, as we notice that GPT 3.5 data has a high error rate. I asked Ronan about that, speculating that it's because GPT-4 costs more? And he said, yeah, it costs more. Also, GPT-4 is much slower. But another reason is we wanted to demonstrate something here, that you don't even need a smart model like GPT-4. Even GPT 3.5, which isn't that great at coding, is enough. So there you go, you could get even better results on this using GPT-4, but at the moment GPT-4 is a bit too slow. Before I get to timelines, some of you might have noticed the Wizard Coder results and wondered how that model did so well despite only being 16 billion parameters, which of course is 10 times bigger than Phi 1. Well, of course I read that paper too, as well as almost every paper referenced in the textbooks paper. The secret of Wizard Coder seems to have been increasing the difficulty of the training data. Fine-tune the model with more difficult examples. E.g., if the original problem can be solved with only a few logical steps, please add more reasoning steps. Maybe complicate the input or deepen the question, or increase the reasoning involved. You can start to see the shared themes of Orca, Wizard Coder, and Phi 1. This could be what Sarah Constantine was pointing to in the Asterisk magazine that I read yesterday. I'm not sponsored by them, but it was a great issue, so do check it out. She said, rather than a refutation of scaling laws or an acceleration of their slope, I think this is more like a move in a different direction altogether towards a Cambrian explosion of little AIs used for different purposes, where getting good performance on a task depends on the quality of your task-specific dataset, like Phi 1 for Python. That could be consistent with the state-of-the-art continuing to progress steadily along scaling law lines for quite some time. But it could also mean the economic incentive towards ever bigger models would diminish and would enter an entirely new era where AI progress would not be driven primarily by semiconductor scaling or Moore's law. This relates directly to a tweet from the...
Also, for those of you who weren't here at the beginning when we were talking about the news and about the current issues going on with China and potentially limiting metals that are used in semiconductor, if we don't have to scale up those semiconductors, we might have some additional advantages towards continuing to be able to train new and interesting models. It's just interesting that both those are coming up at the same time.
Co-founder of Anthropic, Jack Clark. He said, a world where we can push a button and stop larger compute things being built and all focus on safety for a while is good. That is really interesting to hear from someone at the top of an AGI lab. But I do have some questions for this policy. If we freeze compute, wouldn't that incentivize every company just to use algorithmic progress to get more out of the compute we do have? And so on the safety front, I think it's far more effective public messaging to focus on concrete things that everyone can understand. For example, in this paper from Oxford this week, LLMs will in particular lower barriers to biological misuse. Biological design tools will expand the capabilities of sophisticated actors. Concretely, BDTs may enable the creation of pandemic pathogens substantially worse than anything seen to date, and could enable forms of more predictable and targeted biological weapons. I think this is something that everyone can get behind, and as the paper says, it's been hypothesized that for evolutionary reasons, naturally emerging pathogens feature a trade-off between transmissibility, that's how much they spread, and virulence, that's how deadly they are. AI-based BDTs might generate design capabilities that are able to overcome this trade-off. Thus, for the first time, humanity might face a security threat from pathogens substantially worse than anything nature might create, including pathogens capable of posing an existential threat. That, to be honest, is my main safety concern, but back to the paper and timeline. Here is another snippet of my conversation with Ronan. I said, I just feel like we are much closer to something really transformative than the public has quite realized. And people like OpenAI put out that in 10 years, we will have something as powerful as a corporation. I say 3 to 5 years. Ronan replied, that depends on how much resources are actually spent into training bigger and bigger models. I have no idea what OpenAI and Google are doing right. Definitely, if this is our main goal, I think it can easily be 5 years. I said, or less. Ronan replied, or less. I feel like the bottleneck is maybe the production of GPUs. And I mean, it's not just to produce the GPUs. You also have to build the data centers and connect them to electricity, etc., etc. I think if you have all that, then yeah, I don't see the barrier. With more data.
And again, the NYU students or the NYU researchers, they they worked with the AI to produce a better processing unit, right? This will continue to happen. You have to build the data centers. Building the data centers is your slowest, because you can only build so fast, right? You have to get the resources to the place, construct the building, put the stuff in the building. But 3D printing is a thing, and it's happening. You could 3D print the building. Connecting them to the electricity is just installing the solar panels, wind farm, eventually fusion power, theoretically, geothermal. There are many ways you could get that electricity that don't even involve hooking it into the grid in and of itself. You're going to continue to see things accelerate.
Higher quality data, synthetic data, better and better algorithms, and more and better GPUs and TPUs. That's what we mean when we say we don't see a barrier. Of course, everyone has slightly different definitions of AGI, but almost everyone agrees that the next 5 to 10 years are going to be the most critical in seeing whether more data, better algorithms, or just more and more compute will lead to AGI or superintelligence. I loved how Carl Schulman put it on the Dwarkesh Patel podcast.
If you can generate like close to $10 million a year out of the future version of H100, they cost tens of thousands of dollars with a huge profit margin now. The profit margin could be reduced with like large production. That is a big difference. That chip pays for itself almost instantly. And so you could support paying 10 times as much to have these fabs constructed more rapidly. You could have, if AI is starting to be able to contribute, could have AI contributing
or I could just watch the
more
video
of the skilled technical work that makes it hard for, say, NVIDIA to suddenly find thousands upon thousands of top quality engineering hires if AI can provide that. Now, if AI hasn't reached that level of performance, then this is how you can have things stall out. And like a world where AI progress stalls out is one where you go to the 100 billion and then over succeeding years, $1 trillion things, software progress turns out to stall. You lose the gains that you are getting from moving researchers from other fields. Lots of physicists and people from other areas of computer science have been going to AI, but you sort of tap out those resources as AI becomes a larger proportion of the research field. And like, okay, you've put in all of these inputs, but they just haven't yielded AGI yet. I think that set of inputs probably would yield the kind of AI capabilities needed for intelligence explosion. But if it doesn't, after we've exhausted this current scale up of like increasing the share of our economy that is trying to make AI, if that's not enough, then after that, you have to wait for the slow grind of things like general economic growth, population growth and such. And so things slow. And that results in my credences in this kind of advanced AI happening to be relatively concentrated, like over the next 10 years compared to the rest of the century, because we can't keep going with this rapid redirection of resources into AI. That's a one-time thing.
Thank you so much for learning about Phi-1 with me. And as always,
So yeah. So one of the things like that he mentioned there, where he was talking about rededicating, reallocating, the humans who know stuff to do the thing. And the thing about the smaller AIs that will lead to the more general AIs, right? And the interconnected nature of how this AI altogether, this AGI will form. I am Globus. I am a dude who contains this much data that has been acquired over this amount of time and capable of doing X number of things. If I was one of these more narrow AIs, you could have 10 Globuses, Globi. You could have 100. And they would all be the same in terms of quality. Right? When you really, like, the AI may never learn to play the banjo, and if that's your benchmark of what it means for the thing to be intelligent, then it will never be intelligent. But if you understand intelligence as being able to perform a particular task better than any human could, if you were to take like the AlphaGo and turn that towards another field, and it was as good at the next field as it was at playing Go, now you can dedicate, because there's only so much utility in knowing how to play Go, right? But if you could just get it like dealing with resource allocation, even resource allocation in a small domain, then you could copy it. And you have 10, 100, 1,000. And then if that resource allocation is in a particular domain that is eligible for a feedback loop, then that feedback loop could create the environment to create another alpha that is good in another domain. And then you make 100 copies. So there's a lot of things that we do that just involve data. Right? The entirety of Amazon, the entirety of Walmart, two of the most good at being Amazon and Walmart companies out there. And they are run by data and algorithm and automation. The people that you interact with at Walmart who work there are just the human-facing portion of it. The way that these companies work is a resource allocation algorithm. And then if you can run that concept through something really good at it, you can scale that up to the entire world. And then if we eliminate the bottlenecks of who gets to have the pieces of paper, then we get all the food to the people who need the food, and we get all the housing to the people who need the housing. Everything you want lies on the other side of this. I hope you see that. I hope that makes sense. I hope you understand why I think it is the most plausible way to get there from here. Because I don't require anyone to do anything but behave as they are. I expect the capitalists to do capitalism. I expect the workers to work until their jobs are automated away, and then their mere existence leverages the capitalists to give them stuff so that they don't murder the capitalists. I require nothing but the systems and the people to be as they are. It's their options, Carpe. It really is their options. And they're aware of it. I understand that you don't catch every one of my streams, but if you can trust me, bro, for just 5 minutes, it is exactly that. Like, they are aware of how this could go. Sam Altman talking about $33,000 a year in UBI. And again, I understand that doesn't sound like much, but there are a lot of multipliers and confounding factors in relation to the price between production and deployment of these resources. A lot of those would go, it's nothing here. But if everything was cheaper, then it would be more. There are, like, David Shapiro, videos we have watched. David Shapiro talking about a 10x decrease in the prices of things, which functionally, because of the way money works, means a 10x increase in the value of that, for instance, $33,000. So then you're talking about a UBI functionally of $330,000 a year. Functionally decommodified. You don't have to worry about, like, one of the argument, who's going to do the work if we give the money away for free? Right? Who is going to farm the fields? Who's going to clean the toilets? The robots will. The automation will. And when you don't have to pay the people to do the thing, it is less expensive to do the thing. This is why the price goes down. %100%. And you will have more opportunities to do that because the people who are talking about this understand things like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. They understand the need to get that bottom half of the pyramid filled. And then once you do that, and you don't have to work, you will work on the things that you want to work on. And they are capitalists, and they don't like the word communism, and they don't like the word socialism, and it's fine. Because you can call it vanilla goddamn ice cream. I don't care. I care about what it does. And the things that they're talking about to do will do the things that you want to happen. Yeah, if people want to grow their own food, they could. We're talking things like vertical farming. Oh, that's me. I'm out. I will be back on Friday. If you enjoyed the experience, please come back. If you're watching this on VOD, please show up to the main show because it helps get more people in here. again, I have limited financial requirements in my community in that I keep the commercials only to the pre-roll, and this sub goal is just so that the sub goal, the money that you put in, goes out of Twitch's pocket and into my pocket, and then I take that money and I use it to buy stuff for the stream, and sometimes for Ferris, and there's actually 3 other cats running around, but yeah. So come back, come in, say hi, join us in the Discord. We talk about stuff. We share information. Free the information. Free the knowledge. Old Lobster. Homie. Not I. We have built the community of people who actually give a shit about this. It's happening. It's going to happen. I want you to be prepared. I want you to be great. In the meantime, drink some water. Eat some food. Take your meds if you forgot. Dougie loves you. So do I. Go see Abhinav. Just call her Dove.